What's going on, guys? Going live to answer start-sit questions for tonight. Different timing. I'll definitely do it again in the morning. I just got extra time, so I figured I'd hang out with you guys. I'm also watching John Cena's last match, supposedly. So watching that, I'll watch random stuff. I'm just going to sit here for a long bit, guys. I'm just going to sit here for a long bit. Let's see what happens, see who comes up. It's in the playoffs, so don't expect it to pop off like Sunday mornings. But I'm here. I'm here to hang out. I had some extra time, didn't know what to really do. Figure this. If you hear things in the background, it's the dogs. I got a bunch of them. Got 3 of them in here. Got one in the other room. Watching John Cena's last match, answering some fantasy football questions. That's where we're rolling at right now. Let the chat fill up. But John Cena's out there in the main event right now against Gunther. Zoomed out right now. He's down. Not out yet. Here Gunther's hitting the ropes. Clothesline on Cena. Oh, no. Oh, no. Ric Flair's watching, guys. Ric Flair's watching. I'd show it, but YouTube would just pull it anyways. There's one dog coming in through the dog door. Got like 6 inches of snow today. So nothing really to do. I got to shovel the driveway tomorrow morning before jumping on live. But if you got any start-sit questions, hey, buddy, what's going on? What's going on? So what I got here, choose 4 full PPR. Dropped your guys. I got you. Let's see. Here we go. Got one coming in here. Pick 1 wide receiver, 1 running back. Olave, Wilson, Judkins, Marks. Very close one on all of them. I think I'd go Wilson, Marks. Hampton or Neal. Devin, Neal or Hampton. I think I'd roll Hampton there. What's up, Toronto Dave? What's going on, man? Are you more of a late night writer on the YouTube streets? Nice seeing you, buddy. Haven't seen you too much. Hurts or May? My gut went with May. I feel like they're both of them are good this week. May, they got 4. Hurts, they got below. I like this matchup here with New England. I like this too much. Uh-oh, Cena's got him up. Cena's got him on the shoulders. There we go. Oh, no, is this it? No, it ain't. He's going to kick out of that. Yeah, he's going to kick out. Next one. Choose 3. Judkins, Genty, Hampton, Hendo. I'd roll with your first 3. That's how I'd roll. All right, this is correlates with the one to choose 4. Kyron, Woody, AJ, Genty, Hendo, Hampton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Kyron, Woody, AJ, Genty. 1, 2, 3. Let me look up some. I'm going off my gut on that one. Let me see here. I need a place to sit my drink here. I got a lot of stuff here. So, Trevion or Hampton. Let's see where they're at here. 28. I actually like Hendo even in here? Like, what? I like Hendo a lot, actually. Now that I think I'd go Hendo, actually. I have it pretty tight. I just don't like this Chiefs matchup. I think you got a fire game script here with that Buffalo Pats game. Like, you just got more opportunity for that. That is the play thing I didn't have loaded yet. The sports book. That is what I didn't have loaded yet. Oh, we got a super chat in. Thank you so much for the super chat. J-Mo Wilson for the highest upside. I rock J-Mo. I think that'd be the highest upside for me. I think it's tight. I think they both got a lot of upside. I ain't going to sleep on Wilson. I think this is a tougher matchup for him. I think that could curtail his upside, where J-Mo's got a fire matchup. He's got a fire matchup. Over-under's hot. It's 50-some. Let's see here. 48.5 is reduced a little bit. 48.5 right here over-under. Bills, Patriots. That's totally wrong game. That's totally wrong game. I went CTE full bad, guys. Right, here we go. That's why. 54.5 over under. I was wondering why that was so low and decreased so much. 54.5 over under 6 spread. It's just hard for me to go up against that. It's hard. I think you're going to get good back and forth in that game. I think that's a good one. So right up here. Let go. Yeah, I appreciate you guys. I appreciate all you guys. Let's see. Sit one. Genty, Marks, Fannin, Kittle. I had one in one of the questions that's similar to this, and it was sit one, and I went with Fannin. Like, the one outside of Fannin that gives me questions, because I do like Fannin this week, would be Genty, but he's getting the running back touches, and I feel safer with that. But if I had to, like, I like Fannin. I see that I roll with you. I roll with you. I agree with you. Hurts or Dart? Superflex 4 TDs. That's a tight one. Because I like that Washington-New York matchup. I think that can go off. I want to see what the market says. This is more of market rankings. Only 20 people are ranking this week. Usually it's around the 30s. It's good enough volume, though. Hurts. I bet they're lower on Dart. They're very low on Dart. Where's he at? So they're not too far off. I like his matchup better. There's a chance that Kenny Pickett derails this game completely. There's a chance. I think Dart's safe. I like Dart this week. I think it's a good coin flip. I think it's a very good coin flip between the two. I think Dart, he's a top 10 still. He's top 10 still with that market. I think it's fine. I like Dart this week. Full flex between Money Guy, Chuba, or Hunt. Money Guy's got the Browns. Hunt's got Hunt is a touchdown gamble for me. Same with Money Guy every week, but it's hard to lean on that. Oh my goodness, they're outside the ring. It's hard for me to go up against that Browns defense, and then how slow the Browns offense runs plays. Like, we got to hope for Caleb Williams to bust something open so we can get some volume. Chuba will get work into passing. I think Chuba's a little bit safer on the floor. I think Hunt, you're hoping for the touchdown. I think I'd rock Chuba. I don't think there's no guarantees in this matchup with those three. I'd rock Chuba and hope that the Panthers Saints game busts open and you get some checkdowns. That's what I do. Hey, thank you. Yeah, hit that like, hit that subscribe button. I'll be here next year for sure. If you're done with fantasy after this week, I'll definitely be here next year. I'll be here every week. I'm nonstop. I'm here after the season. I don't think it's that crazy. Depending on your context, like, I probably wouldn't do it over Justin Jefferson or anything crazy like that unless your gut or you know something. Like, I probably wouldn't do it over Jackson Jigba or Jamar Chase. But, like, considering the volume here, where do they have them ranked? I gotta move this. I have a lot of video games in this area. I got a lot of stuff here. So let's see here. We got DK 54. If you really look at the players around him, you got John Mechie, Kenyon Allen, who's been volatile. You have Butte is volatile. Troy Franklin, bad matchup. Like, if you really, like, narrow it down, you're looking at the San Francisco game. You're looking at that on the road. You're looking at, there's good potential with that, especially with what San Francisco's been giving up over the slots. And then A.D. Mitchell's a volume play with upside. He's a deep ball dandy. He's got butter hands. Like, it's a gamble, but you're shooting for it. You got to go with your gut, too, in some of these, because you can only narrow it down so much. Like, I can narrow it down here to around 5, 10, some X players. And after that, gut player, oh, no. Seen it getting power bombs. He ain't kicking out of that. That's not legit enough. Pitt's killing me this week. Needs upside. May or Lamar. Lamar more for the upside. And then Harvey or Jennings. Man, I keep thinking of the old school Jennings on the Packers. We're talking about Juwan Jennings. against Titans. Lamar for the upside against the Bengals. He's a little bit riskier, but Lamar for the upside. I think May's safer. I think May's a lot safer. I don't think we're shooting for safe right now. Harvey Jennings. Probably Jennings more for the upside. I can see that matchup curtailing that. Just checking down here. Next one. And as much as I like Luther Burden, I have to bench him due to Adunze's. Yeah, Luther Burden, I like him a lot. I like him like a prospect. I think he has a lot of upside. I think he's transitioning well considering the context of him missing a lot of training camp and rookie camp and mini camp and training camp. He was out there in rookie camp. He missed a lot of practices and he's been cramming it in. It's just he had a gauntlet of games. Packers, let me remember right. Packers, Browns, Packers. And like I said in those waiver wire videos, like he's going to be getting volume. He could be trending up, but that could also make him like a highly risky play. I wouldn't want to go up against him, like staring at that name. That would bother me. Jalen Hurts, Drake May. I like Drake May. I feel safer with him. I feel like the upside's still there. Market. I call this market. It's fantasy pros. I get it. I call it market because you have 20 people ranking. It's an average. So you got a market of 20 people. Most weeks it's more. 162 available, which it's not really 162 names. It's got my name in there, which I've never ranked for them. I don't know why they have me in there. But Drake May, they got Hurts. I like this matchup too. I think this matchup. What worries me about Hurts is Kenny Pickett. I think it's going to be fine. I think odds are saying that it could be fine where he hits the fairway fine. But, like, it could be that Spencer Rattler effect, like against the Tampa Bay Bucks, where he just killed the entire game. Like, maybe one player was viable for fantasy, but he nuked the game script. He killed it. I feel like this game script here is a lot safer. Weather-wise, I mean, snow just hit pretty good. I Googled it earlier. Sounds like just snow flurries in the start and colder weather. Making sure there's no super chats down here. I'll work through these faster, but I also like to give you guys a little time. My bad, less question. It's all cool. Ask all the questions you guys want. Ask them all. I'm here. I'm going to be here late. I'm watching some wrestling. I'm answering some questions. I'm just hanging out, guys. Just hanging out with you guys. Looks like they're giving Cena a little beating here. We'll see what's happening. He's in a sleeper. You start over Watson or Sutton. I think Watson and Sutton are good upside plays. I think I'd lean towards Watson, even though it's a little bit of a rougher matchup. I feel like the deep ballness for the upside, I think that's the play I would roll with. I think it's tight between the three. I'll look and see what they're saying. I don't want to spill that energy drink. I don't know why I'm drinking an energy drink at 10 p.m., but that's how I roll. Let's see what the market says. My gut goes Ryan Thomas. My gut goes Watson. They got him at 31. They got him at 25. Christian Watson at 25 down here. That's where my gut went, and they're agreeing with my gut. And Sutton, I got similar, but I feel like so they got it Watson, Sutton, and Thomas Jr. Thomas Jr. against the Jets. That could be a dud game or it could break open. He's got a little bit more competition now considering Myers. I don't like the matchup against Denver, but sometimes those strange matchups against tough defenses lend a guy like Watson a little bit more for the deep ball effect, red zone looks. He's due to run cold. I think him and Sutton are roughly similar. Deep balls is what you're looking at. My gut went with Watson, so that's what I'd roll with. I think they're tight between the three for final scoring. Full PPR, pick one flex. Michael Wilson. I like them both. I like them both a lot. I don't know if the Texans D bothers me that much. I think it curtails the upside. I think the volume is going to make Michael Wilson safe. I think he's going to be safe this week. I think the upside of going nuclear just reduces the odds a little bit because they put some. I was looking at that earlier. I'll show you that PPR. They put wide receivers in check. Where's Houston? They're down here. 30th in the league, allowing fantasy points to wide receivers. Like, they hold wide receivers in check more than the Browns. Cortland Sutton got 10 on them. That's it. That's it. I think volume-wise, you're looking at the targets. One dud with double digit. One dud with double digit. I look for him to get double digit targets. I think on the low is like 8 to 9. So I think he's safer for the fairway. I dig his matchup a lot more. I'm going to go to the market here. Take a look at this. I think Wilson's roughly safe. Diggs at 22. They got Wilson higher. 13. I think Wilson's safer. I like Diggs this week. I like them both a lot. I like that matchup more. I think I'd roll Wilson for my safe play. And I think Diggs has a better potential or more potential hit 20-plus points. If I need to just hit the fairway, I would go Wilson more often than not, and most of my lineups would be Wilson. If I'm down, like if I had to go up against Pitts or that lineup on the other team's rough, I'd probably play Diggs and just hope that game pulls it over. I think I'd roll Theo Johnson there. I'd roll Theo Johnson. I think that's a good matchup for him. Like, when I'm looking at this game scripts and just thinking it through, Washington and Giants, there's going to be good back and forth. They're kind of showing that hand there with the over-under. You can throw in the Giants a bit, which means you'll get some good back and forth here. That's going to push the game script, making it good dancing partners. You're looking at what Washington's doing through the air. Maybe even just look at tight ends, which, I mean, they're pretty good at giving fantasy points to tight ends, guys. They're pretty good at that, and Dart likes to go to them. Like, that's a good matchup for that. Brenton Strange against the Jets. There's a chance that game script gets nuked and his opportunities reduce. Hey, thank you guys. Thank you too, buddy. Thank you for watching it. Thank you guys so much. Warden, can you pick it? That's a good question. That's a very good question. I'd roll Ward. I think I'd roll Ward. Let's check the over-unders here. So we got 49ers, Titans, 44.5. That's actually pretty good for a Titans game. 44.5. And then it's, that's not pictured. 38.5 Raiders, Eagles is my guess here. I'm guessing 38.5 Raiders, Eagles. That would be my guess. Because I've looked, there it is, 38.5. I got it memorized. I think volume-wise, the internet's cutting out. I think volume-wise, I'm waiting for this to come up. Should come back soon. Should come back in a second. I think okay, I love that. I think volume-wise, I would be looking at Ward. I think there's more potential with that. The numbers say that. I feel safer with Ward. Let me see here. I want to fix my stream. Ward, though, he's had some moments where he's gotten well over 200 this year. That's the thing about him. Like, he's not consistent, but if you had consistency, you'd have other players in there. He's not consistent, but, like, ever since, like, around here, week 5 or so, he just started pumping out more numbers. You had that Cleveland game, rough-ass weather, and you had Shedeur on the other end. That was a slower game to start off, and that's Browns defense. You have Jacksonville defense. San Francisco defense isn't very great. It's not very enticing for him. That's one thing to think of. That could reduce him. But if I had to guess, around 200. Around 200 some yards, a touchdown, and maybe a pick. That would be my guess for Ward. I think that I'd go Ward. I feel a little safer. Full PPR, last flex spot, Debo, who's Q, Brees Hall, and Barner. I'd go Brees Hall. I feel safest with Hall. I feel like the touches are guaranteed. Touches are guaranteed. You got that face. I think he's got Like Brees Hall's got the upside, but I think Debo's matchup's better. So if I look at it this way, if you want to shoot for more 20-plus points, it's Debo. If you want to make sure you get to 10, 11, 12, it's Brees. That's what I do. Because you also got Mariota there. Mariota has been very volatile. That last outing I liked, though, because he was faster whipping out the ball. He's just faster getting it out. But it's still Mariota. Like, we're getting over the 200s. It's not glorious. But I do like this matchup here. I just don't trust him all the way. I would go Brees Hall if you're shooting for the floor of like 10, 11, 12 points. I would go Debo if you got to shoot for 20 plus. Is Drake May a brother? Well, I don't know what that means, man. Drake May or Brock Purdy? I got to get my wrestling match back on. There we go. Something's going on now. I missed something. All right. Drake May or Purdy? I'd go May. I go May. I like his matchup better. I think both of them solid this week. You can pass on Titans a bit depending on their game script. They can be scrappy. I'd go Drake May this week. I like that matchup better. Gesicki or Kelsey at tight end? I think that's a good one. That's a good one. My gut went actually playing favoritism with that just due to the name. I think more often than not, I'd start Kelsey, but I think Gesicki might be on paper the better move. Like, my gut went with Kelsey. Like, I just feel safer. They got Kelsey at 6. They got Gesicki. I like Gesicki's matchup better. I feel I think more often than not, I'm starting Travis Kelce. With Gesicki, I think he's got more touchdown upside, but I think the volume's more easier to predict. Sanders or Darnold? The whole season with Sam Darnold, his appeal for me is that he was very safe, but his upside's limited. So just going over here, I think this is the best way. Internet's getting slow on me. I think if it's slow, I'm just going to just say it. Like, I think Shedeur's got more upside this week. You can throw on the Bears. So if you need to shoot for 15 plus, 20 plus, I would go Sanders. If you just need to not fall. What's up, guys? I would go Sanders more for the upside. Darnold. I would go Darnold if I was worried about falling on my face. But I think a lot of times if you're looking at those two quarterbacks, you want more of the upside, and I'd rock more Darnold. I mean more Sanders for the upside. Darnold, I don't know if he's going to get too much pushback with the Colts this week. I'd probably shoot for Sanders for more of an upside play. Share screen, Windows, bam, we're back. Next one. Pitts, to me, is on the rise, but since Chuck took over at QB, yeah, I like Pitts. Remember, Pitts had that knee injury that slowed him down, and then had some issues at quarterback. That's been hampering him, but he's been getting good volume with Kirk. Shuck's been very volatile. Like, Shuck isn't really, like, fantasy-wise, like, he's better for fantasy than he is for actual football. Like, actual football, like, pushing his skill players, it's hard. Getting the yardage total, it's very volatile. But then he'll do random stuff like rush for 2 touchdowns, or he'll throw for over 240, 250, 280. Like, it's the game scripts that are getting pushed with him. But, yeah, Shuck's very volatile right now. I don't trust him at all. Likely Kincaid, Seattle, or Houston. I like both of them this week. I like Likely more as a upside gamble. I think he's a huge ass gamble because of him sharing the work. Like, he's a huge gamble. Like, you got Andrews at 7 here. They got Likely's not far off, but they might as well be the same. It's whoever gets the target and around the red zone and who makes the big play. Likely's the hot hand. Kincaid, where are they at with him? Like, I like them both. I feel safer with Kincaid because I know the concentration of workload's going to go there. The matchup is better for any tight end against the Bengals. The Bengals have allowed over 1,200 yards to tight ends, more than anybody in the league. No other team has allowed over 1,000 yards to tight ends. They've allowed 15 touchdowns to the tight end spot. So if you're looking to gamble for upside, I would go Likely. I think if you're looking to straight up set lineups for a security net, floor, and there's still potential upside due to the game script, Dalton Kincaid, that's probably your safer bet due to the matchup. You got a nice over-under with that. You can definitely tell how it makes sense where you're going to get good back and forth with the quarterbacks. The weather shouldn't be too bad. Looks like snow flurries in the beginning, just cold weather. It looks like John Cena won it. The internet cut out during the end of that. Lost the stream. But I think more often than not, I lean Kincaid on most of my lineups. And if I got to shoot for more upside, I'd go the other way. Speaking of wrestling, did you ever watch the Ric Flair with Jay Lethal? Yeah, I watched that. I watched that a few times. What was it? TNA? No, was it TNA? 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 I went to a house show in TNA. Jay Lethal was there. I was up in Columbus at the Ice House. And he was doing the impersonations there. And then there was a pay-per-view. I forget which one. It was back in like 2009 in Cincinnati. Flair was there. I can't remember if he really wrestled or not. I think he just made a fast run in. Flair was there. I got to watch Flair there. I haven't got the opportunity to go to many wrestling events. When I was a kid, my parents didn't take me anywhere. So I didn't go to any games or wrestling events or anything. So everything I went was when I was an adult. So that's when I got the opportunity to see Ric Flair. Like, I met him when I was a kid back in the day, but that was a long, long time. Don't even really remember it. Waller or Slayton? That's a great question because we're going tight end versus wide receiver. I'm going to make sure there's no like super chats hanging around. Whoa, this chat blew up. I wasn't expecting a late night blow up, guys. Thank you guys so much. I wasn't expecting it. Waller or Slayton? Darren Waller's 116. Slayton's an upside dandy. The thing is, I can see both of them going off. I could definitely see both of them going off. And you got Waller against Pittsburgh. What I like about Waller against Pittsburgh, I've been calling this out all week. Pittsburgh gives up. Pittsburgh is volatile, the tight ends. They had this run here, 15, 14, 33. They slowed it down, 14.9, 12.5. They allowed 29 and 10, which you see the downward of the volatility with the 3s and the 7s. But the fact that your defense has potential to give up that many points and then have this consistent run here, it's pretty much very consistent from week 2 to there. 21.5% more than league average last 3 weeks. 13.4. Add in the other ones, 2.6 for the last 5 weeks. you're looking at a good matchup. I think Waller's a little safer. For this matchup here. Like, we're looking at this. How's the targets looking like when we came back? 3-3. Saints and I think Slayton's got upside. I think Slayton's more of the upside dandy here. Due to I think there's a very, very low floor. Very, very low floor. 3, 2, 4. It's been a while since we've had more than 5 targets. I'd probably rock Waller. Unless I need to shoot for 20 plus. But he ain't been getting you there. Like, say if Waller scores 9 and Slayton scores that 12.9 or 11.2, is it really that much of a difference unless you lose by 1 or 2? Like, is it really? I think Waller's a little safer. I think I'd roll Waller. Purdy, Mahomes. I think I'd go. I'm trying to read that right. Who to start? I'd go Mahomes. Just feel a little bit safer that I can hit like a high floor. I think I got a high floor with that. CMC Jones, running back. CMC Jones, Aaron Jones, Walker, Rodriguez. So really, okay. And then we got Olave, Diggs, Jennings, Terry McLaurin, Godwin. Waller, Strange. I'd go Waller at tight end. I'd go Mahomes, Christian McCaffrey for sure. You got Jones versus Cowboys, Kenneth Walker versus Rivers, Rodriguez versus Giants. Those guys all got good matchups there. I'd go Christian McCaffrey and Jones. Wide receivers, Olave, McLaurin, then Jennings. Is there a flex? One flex. If Rodriguez comes in tomorrow morning, clean bill of health, news sounds good, I'd rock with him. If I'm feeling questionable with that, then I'd roll with the. Didn't Godwin already play? Jennings. Then I'd go with then I'd go Walker, actually. Now I'd go Rams D. I would not go Rams D. Sometimes I get flipped. But I'd go 49ers in that Titans matchup over the Rams. There's just too much potential scoring with that Rams-Lions game. I'd go 49ers. There's too much potential scoring. We got a very high over-under there. All right. Common money guy or Zay Flowers. I'd go Zay Flowers against that Bengals defense. I think he got a lot of upside there. Franklin or Jaden Higgins? Oh, over Reed or Burden? Okay, I go Higgins over Franklin, then Higgins and Reed. Kind of a toss-up there. Definitely over Burden. Higgins over Burden for sure. I think you got a toss-up between Higgins and Reed. So I'd probably rank them Higgins, Reed, Franklin, Burden for this week. Who would you start between Dowdle and Hubbard? I feel like Dowdle's a safer play. I think it's a coin flip between the two, depending on what happens. I feel like Dowdle is like the safer play. I think if we're going checkdowns and everything else, then I'm going Hubbard. I feel like I'd be rocking Dowdle. All right, you need one of these names. Harvey, Chuba, Rico, or Diggs? I like Diggs' matchup. I like Diggs' matchup. Like, it's a revenge game. I like the matchup. You got 48.5 over under. Game script makes sense where there should be good movement. I like his matchup. Yep, I met him. I met him in Canton. I met Roger Staubach in Canton about like 2007 or so. And I just happened to have the jersey on me. So I met him and he signed it for me. It was pretty cool. Ooh, here's somebody else with the. Let me see how I can get this up. It's down here. Got a couple super chats in here. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I met him in Canton. He signed it there. I met Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones' autograph is in here somewhere. I met him too same weekend. It was during the Hall of Fame weekend. Woo! Thank you for the super chat though. Ric Flair's there hanging out. I also got the autograph there from when I was a kid. Pretty chill. I don't remember meeting him too much. I was real little. But thank you so much for the super chat. Got another one down here. Mahomes or Dart? I feel safer with Mahomes. I want to check the market here. I feel safer with Mahomes reading that off. I think Dart's got more upside, but his floor is a lot lower for me. Patrick Mahomes, I bet you they got Dart right next to him. This matchup here against the Chargers could go either way. That's what I'm seeing. And my prediction for that matchup is that it's going to start off slow, and then it's going to ramp up mid to late second quarter, even in the second half. One of these teams are going to push it, and then it's just going to start rolling. But I think it's going to start off slow. I think Patrick Mahomes has a higher floor. I think Dart's got more upside. I think most of my lineups, I would go Patrick Mahomes for sure. And then if I'm down, if I went up against Pitts, or if I'm not liking the rest of my lineup and I want to shoot for more upside, then I'm going Dart. That's what I would do. I think more often than not, I think 70% of the time I'm going Patrick Mahomes. I think that 30% I'm going Dart if I got to shoot for upside. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you so much. Let's see where I was at here. I'm just gonna Waller, Slayton, Money Guy Flowers, Burden Reed. There's a Rico one. Staubach jersey. Devin, Neal, or Hampton? Devin, Neal, or Hampton? I had that question earlier in a chat somewhere. Devin, Neal, or Hampton? 24. Devin, Neal, or Hampton? The thing about Carolina is if you look at this, they'll go on like runs where they'll give up points to running backs. Like his matchup's actually pretty solid as long as Chuck doesn't suck. They had a run where they were tightening up to running backs. You see right there, 8.7, 7.2, Dallas and Breece Hall, and then just a funnel of fantasy points to running backs. But Cook, Jacobs, Kamara. Kamara scored 14.5. I think Devin Neal's safer. I think what caused me pause is I can definitely see the upside with Hampton, but it's also a rougher matchup. I think more often than not, I'm going Devin Neal there. Devin Neal, just due to volume and matchup. I feel like I'm very high on Wilson this week due to his floor. I think Wilson's got a very good floor. I want to look more into Waddle versus Pitt. I think Waddle's got more upside due to Pitt because what I see in Pitt here, what I'm seeing here with Pitt is you can push him around through the air a little bit. You can see it right here. 20 the Pittman, 20 McConkey, Moore 23.3, and Moore doesn't usually score that. Flowers 20.6. Like that's where I'm getting the upside from. Garrett Wilson. I feel like Wilson has a little bit better floor. I'll go Waddle. I'm going Waddle. I'm going to play to win. Seattle DST versus Rivers. Houston. Houston's got to find one. I would want to see what Rivers has in him. I would go Seattle. I want to see if Rivers falls apart. That's what I'd do. I'd go up against Rivers. I would go up against Rivers. I think Likely's more the upside play. Like, look at this for the Bengals. Likely is a huge upside play. Like, there's going to be a lot of likely questions, and it's like the downside is Mark Andrews. That's not the tight ends, is it? Because you don't have to. Boom. PPR. There we go. Look at this. 149% more than league average in the last 3 weeks. 82.2% more than league average. They're averaging 24.1 PPR fantasy points per game to tight ends. They have allowed 1,200 yards, 15 touchdowns in the last 3 weeks. 450 yards and 3 touchdowns. That's crazy. Like, I would chase the Cincinnati game script every time. I would chase that. If I had to make a gamble at tight end, that's what I'd do. I like the Bears game. You got colder weather there. You can throw on the Bears pretty well. Fannon's been getting a lot of targets. Njoku's out. You're looking at that. I just want to chase this Bengals game too much. I think you got more upside with Likely. I think Fannon's got a good floor, though, because Likely's floor is a little bit lower due to Mark Andrews, but I think the upside. So if you want to shoot for like these 20-point games, then I'd go Likely. If you just need 10, 11, 12, then I'd go Fannin. I think most of the time I'm probably just going to throw in Likely. Yeah, he's safer. Yep, he's more of a risk. So you're chasing this. So if you want to chase 29, 28, just breaking loose against Cincinnati, then I would do that. If you want to play for the safety net, 10, 11, 12, there's upside still there, then you go Fannin. Neal or Hampton? Neal's safer. Hampton more for the upside, but Neal's a lot safer. His matchup's nice. Let me make sure there's no super chats hanging around there. Sometimes there are. Go back to where it was. Trade away Higgins for Harvey because T hurt and start and needed the points. I think that's fine. You in a dynasty league with no trade deadline? Is that what that is? Higgins for Harvey? Because you trade or was this earlier in the year? If it's now, it's more likely a dynasty league with no trade deadline. With that being said, Higgins for Harvey, I think that's a solid deal considering the values they were at earlier. Jacoby or Stephon Diggs? Flex spot. I like the Diggs matchup. I like the Diggs matchup a lot. Jacoby Myers or Aaron Jones? Flex. That's a good question. You got running back versus wide receiver. My gut leans Aaron Jones as the safer play. My gut leans that. I want to see what they think. I don't want to do super flex. I don't want quarterbacks money in the waters. My gut leans Aaron Jones to being safer. They got him at 54. I'm going to see if they got him at 39. They like Jacoby Myers. I like Aaron Jones as a safer play because I know he's going to get the touches in a matchup that should be very advantageous. The risk is J.J. McCarthy. I think Jacoby Myers does have a little bit more upside. Trevor Lawrence has been pushing it. He's been getting like 250-ish a game. That's the thing about this. He's been getting 250-ish a game right now. If you look at this, like he's been cashed 244, 229, 256. Couple low ballers. That's Houston, though. That's Chargers, 220, 296. Like, he's steady. I think the upside's there for Jacoby. I feel a little bit safer with Jones. At flex, Brenton Strange. I go Isaiah Likely. Out of 3 for the upside. If I'm looking to play it safe, I'd go 3 Theo Johnson because I like his matchup. Chat, Neal or Hampton? I'd go Neal. As I like the matchup and touches. I think Hampton more if I got to shoot for upside, more for 20 plus. But if I need to make sure I hit that floor, I'd go Neal. Neal due to more touch. Yep, because the touches and the volume in that matchup gives you a better floor. It gives you more floor. Where Hampton, it's a tougher matchup that he's right. In that tougher matchup, where you would go with Hampton is because you want to take that risk and shoot for the upside. Because the upside is the athleticism, working the passing game, them trusting him from last week after the injury. Maybe we run one in, but Neal's more projectable. Okay, Pierce. I'd rock Neal. I feel a little safer with him. If I want an upside play, it would be Boutte due to the volume of that game. I think I'd rock Neal in a lot of those cases. I think he'd be the safer play. Thank you, buddy. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Lamar or Brissett? That's a good question. I think this is a good matchup for Lamar. This is too good of a matchup for Lamar. Like, they got him at 3. And Jacoby Brissett's got a rougher matchup. Where they got him at? He should be at least high. Like, he's going to get the pass attempts in the second half. They got him down. I think they're overplaying the Houston game because that volume. Like, Caleb Williams versus that Browns defense or Jacoby Brissett throwing it 30 to 40 times against a rough defense, I would probably lean on Jacoby Brissett, do it the volume. I'd lean Lamar. Like, Cincinnati just gives it. I mean, Cincinnati, look at that. And they got 2 tight ends to rock with. Cincinnati, the quarterbacks. Like, sign that up. Everybody's hitting against them. Everybody has hit against them. Did Baltimore already play him? Lamar got 15 against them last time. Lamar got 15. He's probably going to be around that range. I think he also got upside too. If you can get a good push in the game script. Thank you, guys. Woody Marks. Let's look at this real quick. I want to see where they're at. If it's close enough, I like Woody Marks a lot. Woody, they're actually like right. Woody Marks, they got him at 13. I like Woody Marks a lot this week. You also got Jacobs is right there. They're right next to each other. You got Denver. Woody Marks against Arizona. I think that's fine. I think that's fine process. Because you're going to get, unless it's a different Woods, I'm not thinking right. Because once you get so many of these in chat, it kind of blurs. But like Arizona to running backs, like that's a good matchup. Look at that. You're guaranteed to get to the fairway with Woody Marks. Like, that's a good matchup for them. And they're going to be ahead. Should be ahead. Bring back. Yeah. Yep. Old site. Yeah. Fun to watch. My opinion, you should start Boutte due to New England needing a wide receiver to slot next to Diggs. I think there's good volume in that matchup. I think that's a good matchup. That's one game scripts that I want to gamble on, which if you know my process, you already know what I'm going to say. Bills, Patriots, like I'll gamble on that one. Ravens, Bengals, I will throw guys in that one. The Detroit Lion game for sure. And Cowboys, Vikings, all high over-unders. I think the Dolphins, Steelers could be very interesting. I think that can go either way. So game scripts that could break potentially. Colts, Seattle could break. What was another one? I think Commanders, Giants could break. I think this one could be high scoring too. Like if you want to throw, you could go off the wide receiver 2s, go off of the wide receiver 3s, go off the second tight end, third tight end, the tight end in general. Those would be good matchups to look at. Pollard. If C-Rod's out, I'd go Bill. If C-Rod's out, I go Bill. If C-Rod's in, I'd play it safe with Pollard. I'm just not going to like it. Keaton Mitchell. Like, the thing about him, he's a huge gamble. Risky flex, they say. 2-6. I love Keaton Mitchell. Like, Keaton Mitchell's a shotgun running back to where, like, he needs green. Would be a gamble. Pollard's your safe play. Bill for sure. If C-Rod's out, more likely I'd just go Pollard and play it safe to get on. See if I can chip it onto the fairway with him. Keaton Mitchell is a shot for that big run. Kincaid or Schultz? I like them both. I like Kincaid's matchup. I think Schultz is getting a lot of work, though. I think it's a coin flip. Let's see what the market says. I think I'm going to lean. I mean, Schultz has been solid. Schultz has been solid. There's Dalton. I like the matchup, though. I think you got fire in that matchup. I think they're both good touchdown gambles. And that 10 to 16 range in the rankings are good gamble bets. I think Kincaid here. I think Kincaid here. And I think it's a good coin flip between the two, though. I think that's a hard one. That's a good question. Would you? Hey, Bruce, who would be your sneaky QB this week? Shedeur, if that's sneaky enough, let's look at rankings because I got to look at names or Shedeur for sure at quarterback. That would be one of my sneaky plays. Shedeur, that's the first one. I think Tyler Shuck, Bryce Young. I think that matchup could be sneaky. Shedeur's out down there at 26. You can throw. I guess that is sneaky. At wide receiver, at running back, let's go down here. It really depends on how low the rankings you want to go for sneakiness. I think Devin Neal can be sneaky if you're looking for upside due to that Carolina defense is, I won't say bad, but I'd say they can be kind of volatile. I think one of the Steelers running backs against the Dolphins have been clamping up on running backs, but that kind of lends me to lean on Kenneth Gainwell for the passing attack. Coming down here for some of the jabronis. Who's a jabroni down here? Basil Tootin fumbled twice last week. Brian Robinson, if they're up, considering the back issue with Christian McCaffrey, maybe they take the brakes off the gas there. Going down here, and that would be it. That would be it there. And now wide receiver. I would lean into Mac Hollins for the Patriots against the Bills. That's kind of in that matchup, that would be a sneaky play. I would also look at, depending on how deep you want to go, Yoshi for the Bengals with this 51.5 over under. And then what's Rashad Bateman? Is he still banged up? Questionable. Should be avoided. I would also look at one of the ancillary wide receivers not named Zay Flowers. So either Hopkins, maybe more likely Hopkins over Rashad, but one of them due to what they give up. And then looking at the game scripts here, how sneaky we want to go. The Rams are very concentrated. Tesla on the Giants. I mean, man, CT's kicking it. The Lions, Tennessee. Naylor on the Vikings. And then another sneaky one you can look at is on the Cowboys side. And I just want to pull up. I'm just going to pull up land. I need the names. I know who I'm talking about. I need the names here. Flournoy and then Turpin. Is Turpin still up? Yep, Turpin's still up. Flournoy and Turpin as upside plays. Odds are everything's concentrated. Lamb, Pickens, and Ferg, but they're more of a dark horses. Tight end, likely or Andrews, but they're ranked high. And then if we're wanting to go a little deeper there for tight end dart throws, I want to just look at the rankings. I can probably guess the match. That's pretty good. What we got against Jacksonville? Let's go down here. Mike Gesicki against Baltimore. I don't know why he's ranked that low. Waller's ranked very low. Gadsden. Because the thing about this, like Chiefs defense, rougher, but you got to go to your second, third, fourth reads more often against them. That's historically. So, like, Gadsden might sneak something off. Gunnar Helm's been getting targets here, like around like 6 or so a game here recently. That's the thing. Gunnar Helm's a sneaky play if you're looking for a sneaky bet. Like, so too, but 7.75. So he had a run here of sneakiness. Niners. Tennessee's a weird team. Ben Sinnott, I would sit that one out, but that's a guy drafted in second round with some upside. Greg Dulcich, he's been getting work, and that could translate against the Steelers. They give up a good bit to tight ends. And then outside of that, we're going into the waters. We got some questions down here. I want to make sure I didn't miss any super chats. I don't think I did. There's a lot. Thank you, guys. Let's move to our next one. Here. I'm lost. Dowdle or Flowers? Here we go. Dart or Mahomes? I feel safer Mahomes. I would consider Mahomes more of the safer play, Dart more for the upside. So more often not, I'll probably start Mahomes if it was my lineups, but if I needed the upside, I'd roll that. We got to let's see here. So the mic's in, right? Mic is in. Fixing my camera right now. Everything just went out. I have a hub here connected to my Mac. Let me fix. Mic. Let me fix this. Bam. Go to camera. Go there. Go here. And that should fix it. All right. So we have some super chats rolling in. Let's get to those. They're down here. All right. Got a few of them. So conflicted between running backs, Corum, Money Guy, Monty, and QB Mahomes, Purdy. Current have it. Corum and Kincaid, Flex, and Purdy. All right. So let's see. Looks like we got it twice here. So thank you for the super chat. I would go Monty, then Corum, then Monagai as my running backs. I'd go. I feel a little safer with Mahomes. I want to see what they got it. I think Purdy's got a little bit of upside with that matchup. Let's see here. Patrick Mahomes, where's Brock at? There's right there. Like, I like the Tennessee matchup. I feel safer with Mahomes, but if I want to shoot for a little bit more, I guess Brock Purdy. I feel like there's a little bit of downside with this game. I feel like Mahomes is very safe for like high-end QB2, low-end QB1. But if I want to shoot for more and gamble for more, I'd go Purdy. That's how I do that. I think a lot of my lineups, I'd go Mahomes just to be conservative. But if I'm down from Pitts or if it's even with the guy I'm going up against, he's got a good lineup, then I'd rock Purdy, which more than likely you're probably rocking Purdy in the playoffs. Now, if we're looking, so I'd go Monty. I just like the Monty matchup with the high over under in that game, high scoring, flex. And you currently got it Kincaid and flex. I think Kincaid's fine this week. I do like his game. I like his matchup, the high scoring affair with that one. I think that's fine. And then looks like you got that one in there twice, right? Right here. So conflict between running backs. Yeah, I'd rank them Monty, Corum, Money Guy. And I don't like that Browns matchup for Money Guy. And yeah, I feel safer with Mahomes. I feel like Purdy's got more upside. I think that's why he's ranked higher. I like that matchup more for the upside. I think Mahomes in general is good for high-end QB2. And then good for high-end QB2. but probably more opportunity for him to get to like QB5 or higher. Also, thank you for the super chat, buddy. Thank you so much. Also, Clutch P45, Start 2, Swift, Vital, JT. JT, Jonathan Taylor, Swift, and Vital, both in rougher matchups. I think I'd lean Swift. And then Start 2, JJ. And the reason why I'd go Swift over Vital is because when watching the Browns, they'll get in these weird situations where special teams will just mess up and get in good field position. And that's where I'm leaning to that. And both of them are going up against nasty defenses. Both of them are sharing the backfield. Browns solid statistically. Special teams is probably where I'm leaning as my cutoff, because against 49ers, they had 3 special teams blips. Last week, they had one that almost happened on almost a muff. They just keep doing it. And then last week, they ran on them a little bit, and it was the Titans. So I would go Swift and JT. Start 2, Justin Jefferson, Christian Watson, Terry M. You're blessed at wide receiver. You got great matchups. Justin Jefferson against the Cowboys. And then you also you have some wide receivers that could randomly streak out and run hot. That's the thing about this. So Justin Jefferson for sure for me because of that Cowboys matchup. And I just feel like it's hard to go against that. I do want to see what the market's saying about them. I think Watson's a little risky with his matchup. And then that lends to Jacoby, Shakir, Terry McLaurin. So really, final boss. Terry's at 18 with them. Myers is at 19. 32. I think Myers is the safest of the 3. Terry McLaurin's got some upside with that matchup. JJ for sure. I think Myers. If I want to play it safe, if I want to shoot for more upside, Terry, I think more often than not, Myers. If I'm down, Terry. If it's a rough matchup for me, Terry. If I need to shoot for 20 plus, Terry. That's what I would do. That's how I would do it. Also, one not started for the one. Also, one. Also, so if we're going for the flex here, then I would go the other wide receiver. So then it'd be JJ, Terry, Myers, Swift, and JT. That's how I would rock that. That's how I would rock that one. Okay, make sure. I got to find where I was at. Tyler Warren must start. I was right before here. Merry Christmas. Eagles, Dart Mahomes. Oh, here we go. Start Goddard or Parkins? Goddard, Parkinson. I'd go Waller. I like his matchup this week. I like it next week. I want to keep him on my team as well. Hey, what's good, buddy? Jags or Eagles DST? That's a good one. Because both of them. My gut leans Jags. They got Eagles, Pickett. I'm just thinking about the running back, Bowers. My gut leans Jags. They got Eagles over them, but not by much. I just think the quarterback play has a little bit more potential for the Raiders. I just think it has a little bit more, but it's not like I'm saying it's going to be good. I just think we got a little bit more potential with that. I would lean Jags, and that would be my cutoff. See our Houston DST. Let me rethink of that. I think I went with Seattle because Rivers. Like, I want to gamble against Rivers. That's what I want to do. The gamble with the Houston DST is they may show up good, locking things down, but on the back end, Brissett throwing it 40, 50 times. And sure, it's 280 and it's ugly 280, but that's enough to cut down on the points. So I want to bet on Rivers and them getting the Rivers, but that's not a guarantee he gets to the Rivers. Josh Jacobs, Woody Marks. Woody Marks. I think I had this one earlier. I went Woody Marks. Josh Jacobs, questionable. Chancey splits. Also, rough game script. Woody Marks has a fantastic game script against Arizona. Yeah, I called this one out earlier. Thank you for the super chat. We're back down to this one. But yeah, I met Staubach back in Canton around 2007. I just happened to have the jersey on me. It was for Hall of Fame week. I think it's Aikman's induction. And I had it on me, and I paid the money to meet him. He's pretty cool. I met Jerry Jones that week as well. I met him for free. He was actually in a car by the Hall of Fame, and I threw a program at him, and he signed it. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. I think Likely's got more upside. Warren's a little safer. Likely's got more upside. Warren's a little safer. That's how I look at that. I bet you they got Likely ahead of Warren, and I think that's playing into the upside. Like, I think there's a chance that one of those tight ends go off, and it could be Andrews. Hold on. Nope. I'm going Tyler Warren. I read that wrong. I thought Darren Waller. I saw Warren, and I thought Darren. Nope, I'm going Warren for the safety play in most lineups. I'm circling back on that because I read that. I read Darren Waller because I saw so many questions and the letters messed up in my eyes. I'm going Darren. I'm going CT's kicking in. Warren. I'm going Warren more than likely. If I need upside, like if I need to shoot for 15 plus, I'm going Likely. I just see him getting spammed in this matchup. I see him getting spammed. I see him getting a plethora of targets. I think that's projectable here. I like Warren. I like Warren for the safe play. I like Likely if you need to shoot for 20 plus, if you're down from Pitts, if someone did not hit from you on Thursday, you got a rough matchup. More often than not, Warren. Oh, yeah, Ric Flair, baby. We got him right here. Right here. Anderson Silva. That was an interesting meet. So that was back in like 2005. That was before he was huge. And that was before he knew English. So my buddy wanted the picture of the face-off, and he did not like smooth that over or mention it to him. He just went up and do it. And Anderson just read it, stepped back. Looks like he was about to hit him. Like he had to pull back to not hit him. And I about see my friend die that day. And it was at the Arnold Classic. And I haven't been to Arnold Classic for a long time, but it's up in Columbus. Used to be, I don't know if it still is, but you can get all kinds of autographs there. All kinds of free samples on supplements. May versus Purdy. I like May. I think he got good upside here. I like the matchup. I know they got him ranked higher than Purdy. I like Purdy this week too. I think Purdy can beat his ranking where they got him at. I think Purdy can get to here. I think Purdy also has a little bit more lesser of a floor because this Tennessee game could bomb out. Drake May's here at 4, and I could definitely see it pushing to more. I think he's safe as well due to the matchup as well. I think his floor is a lot higher, and I think we also got the upside baked into it. Also, I answered this one before, but I also want to say thank you for the super chat. I went Mahomes for the safe play, Dart for the upside. Heck yeah. I forget which one, but yeah, that thing's got. I've had that thing for a long time, almost 20 years. Woods or Jacobs? Woods. Shuck or Sanders to start at QB? Got rid of Caleb Williams. His playoff fantasy schedule is trash. Both of them got nice matchups. I'll definitely say that. Both of them. They are low on both. Right here. They like Shuck a little better. Brady Cook's down there. Brosmer's down there. They got Shedeur at 26, which you can throw on the Bears. It's cold weather. I do like Shuck's Carolina game. I think Shuck's a little safer. I think Shedeur's got a lot of upside in this matchup. Shedeur's the better player. Carolina could be a fire matchup. That matchup, if both quarterbacks come, and I won't say come to play, but are at least decent, that could be a game script that breaks. That could break for us. You got weapons on the Carolina side. You got the Saints. They'll push it vertical downfield. They'll at least try. I think Bryce Young and Tyler Shuck, I think their dart throws this week, I like them to they're either going to bust big or hit big. One of those two quarterbacks are probably going to hit big. I look for this game script to either break really bad or really good. I think Shedeur's a little safer. I think Shedeur's a little safer than Shuck. You can throw on the Bears. The Bears are good at giving up fantasy points to quarterbacks. They've always given up fantasy points to quarterbacks. Same thing with Carolina, though. That's a rough dichotomy, but if you look at this, they're always giving fantasy points to quarterbacks. They have not held anybody in check. Shedeur would be the first quarterback held under 10 if that happened. Like, I feel like they're going to let it rip with him a little bit more. They were under scrutiny for not doing that. I feel safer with Shedeur. I think Shuck has more upside. I think more often than not, I'm starting Shedeur, but I think Shuck has more upside. So if I have to gamble on the upside, 30-ish points or more, then I don't know if he can get to 30. I think 20, 25. I think Shedeur also has the upside. I think he's a lot safer. I think Shedeur's a lot safer. Wilson. I'd go Wilson. I think the target's going to be concentrated. Make sure there's no super chats down here. All right, back up. One more for you big guy. How confident would you be? 0 to 10. I like how you asked that. Because if you think about it, if you're asking guys in the same range, it's like, so 1 to 10 for putting in the Bears defense. 10 being absolute for putting in the Bears defense versus the Browns. How confident am I? I think that game, breaking down that game script, I'm actually pretty good with this game script because I do a lot of Browns content when I'm looking at this. So typically the last 3 or so weeks, the over-unders here have been lower than 38.5 for the Browns. So the betting community or whatever you want to call it, the money being laid down is a little bit more optimistic, but it's still not high. So you're looking for a pushback here. And then on top of that, with the Bears defense, they're good at allowing fantasy points to quarterbacks. Going down here to wide receivers, which means by proxy, wide receivers should be all right. That's where the gamble is, though, with the Browns. Jerry Jeudy has been horrible with a lot of drops, not running through his routes. Jerry Jeudy has been horrible. They haven't had much to play off with on that. The tight end on this team has been solid. Bears through the air. I think Shedeur's got a chance in this game. Now, running back, they're around league average. You got Judkins, and they've been allowing double digits a lot. Confidence Bears versus, I give it about a 5. I give it about 5. You need Shedeur to throw picks. You need to come out stunning really good. You need to come out in zone blitzes, and you need to force Shedeur into throwing picks. You need to force him into throwing picks. Chiefs dynasty. I think you're going to see the AFC West get very competitive. I think you're going to see the Chargers, like once they get that offensive line buttoned up. They had injuries this year. A lot of Chargers fans in the comment section worried about the interior offensive line coming in. You're very deep on your pass catchers and weapons. I think there's going to be battles in the AFC West. I think dominance is going to reduce. I think you're going to see some battles there. I think the Broncos are going to be pesky. I think the Raiders are going to have to figure out how to catch up with those 3 teams. I think the fact that you're going to have that gauntlet in the AFC West is going to reduce them going forward. I think they're still going to be good. I think they're still going to be an upper team, but they're going to reduce. Tyler Warren must start. I like Tyler Warren a lot. I like him a lot. I think he's a good gamble. I think there's a little bit lower floor than usual due to obvious reasons with Rivers, but I think he's going to get peppered a bit. Might want to pick up Chris Brooks. Manny has a cold, and Jacobs' knee. Yeah, you may want to, especially in a deeper league. I got a super chat down here. I'm going to remember that face. It is down here. I saw it creep up. It is. There we go. Thank you for the super chat. Myers versus McConkey versus pick 3. Okay. Between Watson, Rice, So Rice for sure. Wilson 2. Then it's between McConkey and Myers. That's kind of tight. That is very tight. McConkey's matchup's the question. Myers has a softer matchup perceivably, but that game script could get nuked. I would go Rice, Wilson for sure, then McConkey. Those would be my 3. Thank you, Tacos, for the super chat. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. I appreciate it so much. Thank you. I got another one down here. Kaizen671. Thank you so much. RJ, Tet, Judkins, Sampson, Ford. Ford out, yeah. I like Judkins. I like Judkins against the Bears. I like the Browns offense to a point against the Bears. Flex, T-Mac. I think Judkins is the safest of the 3. I think T-Mac's got the most upside of the 3. I think most of the time I'd be starting Judkins. I think RJ is going to – I would rank them security mixed with upside, Judkins, Tet, RJ. If I need a pure upside play, it'd be Tet. Most of the time I'd be starting Judkins due to that because 80% of my lineups straight up Judkins. If I'm down from Thursday, rough matchup, Tet over Judkins due to the deep ball, due to the air yards downfield, and due to the plethora of targets. But I know Judkins is going to touch the ball. I know you can run on the Bears. I got the numbers up right here. Actually, we've been just talking about that. You can run on the Bears. You can score fantasy points on the Bears. Not all studs either. Like you can get a 10.3, which is right on the fairway, 10 to 15 range or so. I feel Judkins is very safe for the fairway, and I would start that more often than not. I think Tet, I like him a lot for the upside in the Saints game. I think there's a chance he could smash very hard. So, however, Judkins, though, the floor is very high. Like I see this game played out 100 times. I bet you 80 times he would hit that fairway easily. Like, I do not see him hitting under 10 too often against the Bears. I think they're going to have a good run-heavy approach. They like to throw it to the running backs. They like to run screens underneath. He's going to be getting that work. They also got to concentrate on Fannin. I think Judkins is very safe for the fairway. I'd look at him unless I got to shoot for that upside. All right. Thank you so much for the super chat. Moving up here to where we were at. This guy had a face on his profile. Moving up here. There he is. I knew it was one I wouldn't forget. GVO JT, thank you so much for the questions. Wide receivers are Tet, Wandell, Ladd. Running backs are Bijan, who started, Chase Brown, Woody Marks, Chris Rodriguez. Need one running back, 2 wide receivers. Tet, Ladd, it would be the ones I'd go with. Wandell would be the gamble play. Wandell heavily involved here for the flex. We'll see who the running backs are again. Ooh, Chase Brown for sure. Chase Brown, Woody Marks. Woody Marks safer than Wandell. Wandell more upside. So Chase Brown, Woody Marks and flex, Tet and Ladd. If you do not like the Ladd matchup at all and your gut's going Wandell, cool for the flip. Process would go Tet Ladd though, just due to projected volume, safety. However, Wandell could break open in that game. I'm cool if you want to flip that. I think it's very close. And then I like Tet a lot for the upside. Chase Brown, I like a lot with his matchup. I like Woody Marks a lot for his matchup. I have to have those guys in. Thank you so much for the question. Next up, if Rivers goes down, Tyler Warren is QB2, and he will give you 10. Oh, yeah. Remember him at Penn State? He was used everywhere. The thing about Rivers, he might play through like an ACL injury. He's done that before. He might do that. But like Tyler Warren, though, I see Tyler Warren being in the league in the 2040s. I have Tyler Warren with that Jason Witten in him. where like we'll be deep in the 2030s, pushing 2040s. He's going to be out there. He'll be able to create separation, running the slowest routes, and that he's just going to be good all over the place. Wilson still start over Olave, D. Smith, Genty, Tyler Warren. I have McBride, Amon-Ra, wide receiver 1. Also, I think going into the game, Wilson, I'll check here with the market because once you start looking at all these questions so much, everything blurs, and I don't want to catch a bias in my head and just keep saying the same name. So Olave's there, Wilson. Wilson's safer than Olave. Wilson, you know they're going to just spam him with targets. His upside's reduced. Olave, better matchup, has Shuck at quarterback. I feel like I'm a little safer there. And then when you're looking at Devonta Smith, I think he's down here a bit. He's down here against the Raiders. Matchup good, allowing fantasy points to wide receivers. Matchup bad because the quarterback play could nuke the entire game script. I think Wilson's your safer play. If you want to go to other 2 wide receivers over Wilson, they're so close that you can do that. It'd be cool. Genty's getting the running back touches. Genty would be very safe compared to Wilson. I think it's probably going to be a push with their rankings. Genty is at 37. They might have Wilson ahead of him. Wilson. I think it's a push with them. That's where you're going to be closer at. I would rank them Wilson, Olave, Wilson, Genty, Olave, Smith. Tyler Warren's a little bit more of a risk. Also, the target's not as deep compared to the wide receivers. He's probably going to see a similar volume. So that's how I would rank them. I would rank Wilson, Genty, Olave, Smith. That's how I'd roll that out. PPR. They don't cover TVs. 1,200 yards, 15 touchdowns. Like the numbers here on the Bengals are, I want to go back. I don't know if I can get there. Let's just do this because I want to show you the numbers here just of it all together. PPR to tight ends. So Bengals, 1,200 yards, 15 touchdowns. Combined, 2 and 3. Jaguars, Dolphins, 14 touchdowns. I'll do this so you can see a little better. And then also, 1,600 yards between the two, not too far off. Nobody's even close to 1,000. You got the Bills, 441 yards. So you do it 3 times over. You're not even with what the Bengals have with that. That is crazy numbers on the Bengals. Hello, Hottie Joe. Hello, Freak 1750. Who should be on my roster and who should I bench? Your lineup, Dowdle, Brees Hall, Chris Rodriguez, AJ Brown. Who should I flex? There's a lot here. So let's just go with the upside players here. You got Metcalf, you got Hall, you got AJ Brown, you got Neal. So AJ Brown's your upside player, needs to be started. If we're looking for one flex guy, it's AJ Brown with the upside. And if you're looking for your ranked running backs, just ranking them: Brees Hall, Neal, Chris Rodriguez. AJ Brown for sure for your wide receivers. Well, I missed Dowdle. Dowdle would be in the middle. I'd have him before Chris Rodriguez or mixed in with Chris. I'd have Chris Rodriguez ahead of Dowdle if I feel like he's healthy in the morning, or after him if I feel like he's not, but I need more news in the morning. AJ Brown, Pearsall, Metcalf, Slayton. AJ Brown, Metcalf, then Slayton. So with that, A.J. Brown for sure start. Metcalf for sure start. Slayton, if you're going Breece Hall, Neal as your running backs, it's him versus Dowdle. You got more upside with Slayton probably. And you're hoping Dowdle just scores. You got Harvey with a rough matchup. Harvey's probably safer. Slayton more upside. Gadsden or Loveland? I'd roll Gadsden. I think his targets are more projectable. Both of them against nasty defenses. And I feel like Mahomes is, oh my goodness. I feel like Herbert is better at getting to his reads right now. And also no Cole Kmet to deal with. Dowdle or Flowers? I like Flowers this week. I think Flowers got the upside. I think Dowdle, I feel safer with running backs. I have a bias towards that. But I think Flowers has the upside against the Bengals. I think that matchup's going to roll. Chat, I'm in the toilet bowl bracket. I don't have nothing to lose. I might as well start some high upside players. DK and Mitchell. No, you don't have nothing to lose. You might as well shoot for the upside. What I like about those two players is you see them getting good volume in their offenses. DK's got that speed. He's in the slot a lot. Mitchell has splashed. He's got butter hands. He's on the Jets. But the upside is those deep targets and that volume. Those are two good upside plays. Drake May. I like them both, though. I like them both. Like, both of them will probably be QB1s this week. Dak they're both safe. They're both safe. You're just blessed at quarterback. I like the matchup a little better, but not much. Both of them are in fire matchups. You're good with either, really. But if I had to pick one, Drake, Jags or Philly D, I had this one before. I want to say I went with Jags. And the reason why, and they had Philly D better. And the reason why I had, I think they're both in great matchups. I think they're both very startable defenses. Obviously, look where they're ranked at. But why I like Jaguars is because the Jets quarterback situation is more projected for the downward. More like I can see Kenny Pickett forming some drives and hurting some things. I could just definitely see that. All right. So this next question is Chris Rodriguez, Hampton. I'm going down here to the super chat, y'all. It's right down here. All right. Thank you for the super chat. Analysts have been shaking in my boots. Has me over starting Brissett against Houston. I'm 6th seed, are already projected to lose by 25, or Rivers dice row. Projected to lose by 25, so we're shooting for upside. I mean, you're looking at Houston. Let's look at their numbers. It is a rougher matchup. That's quarterback. PPR. The odds of him bombing out, the odds of Brissett bombing out, if you really look at that, Darnold, Jones, Nix, Lawrence, Ward got 17 on them. Ward scored more than Josh Allen. Danny Dimes got 8. They allow you to get to the fairway. They don't allow you to break them. Plus 20 points only happened once. That was Mayfield week 2. So your question is whether or not to shoot for the upside. There's a lot more risk there with Rivers. There's a lot of risk with Rivers here. I think when you're looking at Brissett, because look at the numbers here, that we're probably going to throw it. It'd be rare for him to throw it under 30 times. He hasn't thrown it under 30 times. You're at least going to get that. Tougher defenses against Green Bay. Here's Green Bay. He got 23.7. Again, different scoring probably. But 25 completions off 36 pass attempts, 279, 2 touchdowns. Seattle kind of tougher. 44, 258, and 2. San Francisco, 57. Jacksonville, 49. They're going to throw the ball. They don't have running backs. I'd go Brissett. They don't have running backs. I'd chase the volume. Volume is When in doubt, if you don't have stud players, volume is key and matchups are key. You got volume here. Like they're definitely going to be like against the Rams. Like that's a game script that pushes, so I guess that's not the best thing, but that's also a defense that can lock it down. And we don't have a full season sample. They're throwing it. They're throwing it. That's going to help you out. I think the odds of him being under 200 isn't that great. He hasn't been under 200 yet. He wasn't under against 200 against the Packers. I think Brissett be the quarterback I'd roll with. I feel like that'd be the guy I'd roll with. Like I think my downside will at least just be barely hitting the fairway, which is okay. Like it ain't going to bottom out on me. But I think Rivers is a higher risk. I'd roll Brissett. Thank you so much for the super chat. That's amazing. Thank you so much, JMO Dog. Thank you so much. We rolled with questions. Hold on. I might be lost. Is Marion Hampton and 2 other running backs in the question? I have some funny questions in here that I want to answer. Let's see where we're at. Definitely. Oh my goodness. I am so blessed with questions, guys. Thank you guys so much. I'm going to answer all of them. So stick on the line. We'll get there. I'm going to answer all of them. I'll stay all night, guys. I'll stay all night. Bengals do not cover TEs. Hi. That one I couldn't read that well, but I tried my best. There we are. Chris Rodriguez, Marion Hampton, Brees Hall. Brees Hall, I feel safer. He's more projectable. That we got upside there. Chris Rodriguez could be your sneaky play. Now, that could be more sneaky in the morning. Right now, we're banged up going into this. We're questionable. We also need not only him to play, but we also need him to play healthy enough to get touches. So we got to monitor those reports. I think Chris Rodriguez could outscore the other 2 backs. If he was 100% healthy, I'd have him over the 2. I don't know that. And I'll know more in the morning. So I'd watch Underdog NFL on Twitter. I'd watch the reports. If they're saying Chris Rodriguez is healthy, he's good to go, they're looking to give him the workload, I'd rock Chris Rodriguez. By process, though, considering that, I'd go Brees Hall. I'd go Brees Hall unless I get different news. Full PPR, Purdy or Dart? I'd go McMillan over Kenneth Walker. I think McMillan's got upside. I like his matchup. I like the deep ball targets. I like both Purdy and Dart. I like them both. I think they're both great starts. Now I'm just trying to play out their game scripts in my head real quick like a computer. And when I'm thinking about this, I think both of them have potential to score in the top 5 this week. I like the Giants-Washington game. I think that game script could go loose. I think Purdy's safer. I think Purdy's safer from not messing up, not like running around crazy, catching a concussion coming out of game. Just missing part of the game in general. Because Dart, there's some of these games he just misses like a few plays, a series. There's that. I think Purdy's a little safer. I think Dart's got the same amount of upside, and his matchup's better. Like that Tennessee game, like defense-wise, you can score on them well, and it's a good one. They're both good. They're both good plays. If your gut rolls with one, then go with that. I think Dart's got more upside. I think Purdy's safer. Safer as in less likely to do stupid stuff like throwing picks, being a rookie. I think more often than not, I'm starting Purdy on 80% of my lineups. If I feel like I got to shoot for a little bit more upside and a little bit more risk, then I'm definitely going to go Dart. And if I'm that, and what would call for that is if I'm down from Thursday, like if I win against Pitts, I'm projected to lose by lots. If I'm looking at my opponent's lineup and I'm down and I don't like it, then yeah, I'll go the other way. More often than not, I'll go Purdy because I feel safer. I feel like there's enough upside there too. Star 2 chat, Jennings, T-Mac, Harvey. T-Mac for sure. Outside of that, it's Jennings versus Harvey. You're really hoping for the score. I think Harvey's going to get the touches. He's going to have like a little higher floor than Jennings. Jennings going to have that wide receiver big play upside with that matchup. I think I'd go T-Mac, Harvey. I think that's what I'd roll. I'm going to scroll down, make sure there's no super chats just rolling. in there? I think there might be. Here's another super chat that just rolled in. So Billy Bishop, I'll come back to you. Got to choose one. Thank you for the super chat, Matt Wespeta. Oh, I'm sorry, I butchered that. One wide receiver, Wilson, Jacoby Myers, Wandell. I'm rocking Wilson. I'm rocking Michael Wilson in that one. I like Michael Wilson this week. I think he's safer. I like Myers. I think he's okay. I think Wandell could be the sneaky player out of the three. I like his matchup. I just think Wilson is safe. I think there's going to be volume in this game. Just looking at the numbers here with Brissett on another question from earlier, I think I'm going to be rocking Wilson here because, like, there's probably easily 30 pass attempts, maybe even 40, 50 in this game. I think a lot of points or a lot of movement will be in the back end of this game, and Houston's going to do their thing. I'm going to rock Wilson. Thank you so much for the super chat. Make sure there's not more down here. And then we're going back up here. A lot of questions. I'm blessed for you guys with all these questions. Thank you guys so much. Moving on up. And we weren't far off from here. On a guy. Moving on, chat. I'm in the toilet bowl bracket. Dak. Billy Bishop. There we go. Can anybody help me out? I need 3. Money Guy, Rico, Devin Neal. I would go Devin Neal, Waddle, T-Mac. It just says I need 3. Devin Neal, I like the matchup against Carolina. I like Waddle. There's so much upside with that. I like T-Mac a lot this week. Half PPR, full PPR, no PPR. I like them. Those would be the 3. Devin, Waddle, and T-Mac. Rico, he's a gamble. I like the matchup. I think either Carolina running back can get it. I think Chuba's better for the passing game if it starts going. I think Rico's a punch in, a touchdown gamble. I think Devin Neal's going to get volume, though. That I like him for this week. Kyron Williams, Hendo. I got 2 Hendersons. It's bugging me out. Oh, my goodness. I'm thinking about Hendersons that aren't even in the league anymore. Let me go to flex. There was a Henderson on the Rams a couple years ago. I was thinking about him. There's one Hendo. I only got 1 Hendo in the flex. Do you got a typo? Because I got 2 Hendersons in here. Because by default, it'd be Kyron and Henderson. Wait. Hold on. Neal, Waddle, T-Mac. Is this all together? Because you got another question here. So maybe we put this together. Kyron, Hendo. That's my dog. It's got allergies. Neal, Waddle, T-Mac. Forgot start 2. Waddle, T-Mac, Neal. Those 3 would be my prime getters. Well, you got Kyron. So, Kyron, Waddle, T-Mac, Neal. Kyron, Waddle, T-Mac, Neal is how I would rank those. I like Waddle this week. Thank you for trying to help him out. Just notice you're live. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the question. Do I start Lamar Jackson or Jackson Dart? I'd roll Jackson Dart. No, I got mixed up. I'd roll Lamar Jackson. I'd roll Lamar Jackson on that one. Lamar Jackson. I like the upside. I like the game against Cincinnati. I think that's the perfect matchup for him. You look at what Cincinnati's doing here to quarterbacks, and they're allowing them to do whatever they want. 29.8% more than league average points allowed to quarterbacks. All the quarterbacks have hit against them. Even Joe Flacco has hit against them. I'd go Lamar. I think this is a prime matchup. Lamar scored 15. That's probably more likely his floor against them. I'm cool with that. This week, I need a flex from Pittman. Is that Keaton Mitchell? And Pittman, Mitchell. I go Mike Wilson. Mike Wilson of Arizona. That's what I'd roll. Mike Wilson and Pittman and Reed. That's how I'd rank them. But Wilson, Pittman, Reed, Mitchell. Rico is splitting carries. He's a gamble. He's a gamble. Like, you gotta just bank on the game script and him getting the red zone touch and a red zone look. Yeah, like, it's also too, it's gonna sound like I'm split on Rico. That I looked at him up today. Like, he's splitting it, but they're also splitting it to where, like it's going to be a gamble good. Like, you're still getting decent opportunity out of them, but we got this game script here with the Saints that could be fire. I think both running backs are good opportunities here. Like, you got double digit touches here, 18, 19, 18, and 25 carries. Low end here against San Fran, 247. Like, you got decent volume. So both running backs are getting decent volume. And also, you got a good game script here. Not potentially a good game script. Potentially. His projection is at 10.16. Honestly, this is all on Bryce Young and Shuck. If they can fire, you're going to catch probably both those running backs hitting the fairway all right. And whoever puts it in is going to be the guy that hits. If they suck, it could be a nasty one. I look for this game script to open up. Swift hurt? Or are you looking for them pounded up the gut against the Browns? Swift's not hurt. Kyle is scary because he's good. He is good. Like, he had 22 carries against Philly, and they may have to do that. They may have to do that. That might be. They may have to do that. They're going to have to figure it out against Cleveland. It's going to be a rough matchup, though. Going to be like, it's going to be rough for that, though. What has Cleveland done with the running backs? How many 100-yard run have they? They've allowed one at least. Tony Pollard rushed for 161. Derrick Henry 103. They've had 3 running backs score over 20 on them, and it's crossing the goal line. 2 touchdowns for Pollard. There's potential. There is potential. Jahmyr Gibbs. A lot of this is game scripts busted. Do that offense. A lot of it. Because you look at what they're compared to league average, the last 3 weeks. Genty, Christian McCaffrey. It's Christian McCaffrey. Last 4. These last few weeks, they've been opened up. They've had some injuries. It could be a sneaky matchup, especially with those red zone looks. That could be a good call out. Could be a good call out on the volume. They're scary. It's a scary matchup. Your other thing to look at here against wide receivers, that's why they're a run funnel. That's why they're a run funnel. Yeah. Yeah. I think the volume and rushing potential, though. Quorum and money guy. What I like about Quorum kicked me out of here. What I like about Quorum is that matchup. Both of them are splitting. Both of them are gambles. Money guy's real good. They're both really good gambles, but they're both gambles. Let me see here. Where are we at? Where are we at? Where are we at? There we go. What I like about Quorum is we got potential good movement here. Where, like, you got to throw it on Lions. Like, it's tougher to run on Lions, but if we're moving it through the air, then we're going to have red zone opportunities and looks. I want to see what the market's saying on that. I feel like it should be pretty split. I feel like they're going to lean Quorum because he's the hot hand right now. Don't you see Kyle? Whoa, they got Kyle Money got ahead of them, don't they? Because I'm pretty split on them. They do. They do. They got Money guy ahead of them. Where's he at? Where's he at? There he is. Yeah, I'm right there. I'm against Cleveland. I think it's a coin flip. I do like the matchup, the game script, not matchup, but game script better for Rams Detroit. I think Money Guy, he's a scary bet to punch it in. Scary bet to punch it in. Both running backs can be scary in that matchup here and that against the Browns. As they're rough against wide receivers. Blake Corum, there's going to be good movement. There's a good coin flip. Good coin flip here. I'm good with either. I think Money Guy is a good one to look at. Rico ain't do nothing with them double-digit carries. Did he? Did he not do nothing? I want to look at that again because we just looked at him. I mean, it really depends on what you're looking at. I mean, 15, weeks 10, 11 in PPR. But if you're looking at it more like stats, yeah, 2.94, 2.37 yards per carry, 53 yards, 45 yards. You're also getting touchdowns out of him. And what I'm looking at more is if we score that touchdown with the game script with good movement. That's what I'd be looking at if we can get this right here. I'm not projecting a game breaker of like 130 or anything like that. I would guess more like 45, 58, 4, and then if we get that touchdown, that against a matchup here, that could break open. It could break open. If it doesn't break open, it ain't happening. Bill, I'd go with what Quincy said too. All right. Full PPR, we believe in Hendo that much. All the pros have him ranked high. I don't know if I can. The Bills' run D has been better. Let's look at Bills' run D real quick. All right, moving on down. I'll have to double check. I'm going to do this one, then I'll double check Super Chat because I'm already into it. So let's see here. All right, how are they scoring on them? So Devin H. 6 targets, 8 targets. Like, when I think of Hendo in this matchup, I'd look at him as a gamble, like an upside gamble. Like, not super, like, there's risk there. Like, there's upside, but a lot of risk. They have him ranked high. Like, when I'm looking at Buffalo here, like, they'll break, but they'll also tighten up. And then you're also looking at, your other ones are Dowdle and Hubbard. Interesting. Dowdle, Hubbard. I think I favor Hendo a little bit more in that matchup. Hendo, they got him at 19. Is that all backs? It's not really super high. They got him ahead of Dowdle and Chuba. I like the matchup better. Like, I'm guaranteed like that matchup's going to have movements. Like, I'm guaranteed that matchup's going to have movement to it. That's what I like. Like, I'm very close with those three guys for the week. Like, I'm not really like over the moon with any of them. Like, I'm not super high. Like, I'm not super high on Trevion Henderson. I like the matchup better. I like the game better. That's what would split the hairs for me with those three backs is the matchup. I'm not super high with those three. I feel like between those two backs on Carolina, one of them could break it loose. I think it's more of a gamble. Like, I'm very wishy-washy. But also looking at it as 5-4 targets. You're getting work in the passing game. I'd probably lean more Hendo. But that's more towards the matchup than it is the players. Yeah. Yeah, Money Guy's scary this week. He's scary because he's got that upside every week. Hampton, Robinson, Jr., if CMC sits. Hampton or I would go Brian Robinson if CMC hits. Hold up. Jacobs. Hold on. I'm trying to read through all this. Michael Wilson Okay, oh no, Manny Wilson. All right. I don't think CMC's sitting though. I thought I would look that up earlier, and he was good to go. Expected to play. Expected to play. High probability he's playing. Brian Robinson for sure if CMC sits because I think that's a good matchup. Manny Wilson for sure if Jacob sits. I would definitely go Robinson, Manny, or Manny CMC. Also, Hampton is an upside play. I like him as an upside play. But I would definitely do that. But I like Manny this week if you want to sneak that in. I would rank them Woody, Olave, Harvey. I'd go Monty, Money Guy, Corum. Monty more of the matchup. Money Guy scares me so much that he could outscore the 3, but it's also like it could be weird with the matchup. Not particularly Brown's defense because they're kind of a run funnel, but with it being lower scoring and everything, slowed down. But I like him as a gamble. I think Monty with the matchup, that's who I'd lean in personally lineup wise. I think Mahomes safer than Purdy, but Purdy's more upside. Like Purdy, I see him more likely to get in the top 5 of scoring this week. And I also see Mahomes less likely to bottom out. More often than not, I'd go Mahomes. I think if I have to shoot for more upside, if I'm down, I'd go Purdy. So back here, here's where I had your super chats. This was when I went out on the internet. Should I sit Pittman and play Jacoby Myers? I think that's a fine play. I think it's going to be a coin flip nonetheless here. Like you got Rivers. I'm worried about that. If you're worried about Rivers, Myers is safe for that. I think that's a safe one if you're worried about that. I think it is like a 50-50 shot. I'm going to go look down here. See where I'm at on super chats here. I got one. I got a few of them. No, wait. Nope. I answered this about a bit ago. To answer that one, Jacoby Myers, Wilson, Wandell. I got a couple. So I get to these super chats, guys. So Johnny Niles. Okay. Waller versus Cincinnati in week 16 or Warren. I'd go Waller versus Cincinnati unless something I don't like from this game. I like Warren. I'm also questioning quarterback play. I want this week to play out. I've been stashing Waller for these 2 games, Pittsburgh, Cincinnati. If things keep playing out the way it looks like, he's had 3 targets the last 2 games, so I guess it hasn't been, but we're ramping up from that injury. I think Cincinnati is an advantageous game script. They're the only team that has allowed, and they'll probably will be the only team that has allowed going into week 16 over 1,000 yards. They've allowed 15 touchdowns, 1,200 yards. I think you'll watch this quarterback situation. If Rivers is out there and he over peppers Warren, then I might do that for the safety play going in because I'm really watching these 2 games. But right now, probably by strategy, I would go Waller over Warren due to the quarterback issues. Unless there's a change from this Sunday that we're seeing Rivers, he's not really getting banged up, he's not getting killed, and he's over peppering Warren like he's getting 12 targets, then that's enough for me to go Warren. That's probably would be my answer. Outside that, I'm going Waller. Outside that, I'm going Waller and chasing that Bengals defense to exploit. Need help? Thank you for the super chat, Apocalypse. Thank you. Need help choosing last 2 flex spots. Dallas Goedert, Brenton Strange. Gadsden, Aaron Jones. Okay, other guy has Pitts, so we're shooting for upside. And you got the Eagles game. I would go Gadsden for the upside play and Aaron Jones versus the Cowboys. Those would be the 2 I would roll with. Those would be the two for the upside. Aaron Jones is very risky because he's Aaron Jones and JJ McCarthy, but I also got the upside with that Dallas defense. Although they've been sneaky against running backs, they've been sneakier. But again, I got to shoot for the upside that this game script breaks, like Vegas is saying. With Gadsden, upside as in we got to go through our second and third reads more often than not against this Chiefs defense. There's going to be good volume at least with this passing attack. This could lead to Gadsden hitting on that upside. I think when I'm looking at Brenton Strange, I'm looking at that Jets game. You got to score touchdowns, but it's that Jets game that could nuke it. When I'm looking at Dallas Goedert, I like him, but I'm also worried about Kenny Pickett on the other end. I think I'm going to lean Gadsden and Aaron Jones. Thank you so much for the super chat. Seeing if there's more down here. There is another super chat. Thank you so much. Harold Fannin, Rico Dowdle, Warren or Neal? All right. So start two. I like Neal and Neal and Warren. I'd go Neal and Warren. That's how I'd roll. Neal and Warren. Those would be the two I'd roll with. Neal and Warren. Reason why Neal, Carolina matchup, you got to worry about Shuck running it in. You also got to worry about Shuck sucking. So you got some risk there, but I look for him to get the volume that's easy for me to project. And then it's a toss-up for me between Warren and Harold Fannin. I like Harold Fannin. I think he's going to get volume. I think he's safe. So if you want to go against either Warren or Neal and go Harold Fannin, cool. But Warren's got a good matchup, volume, safer to project. And then Harold Fannin would be the guy if you want to flip with. But those would be the two I'd rock with. Thank you so much for the super chat. Next one I got coming in, another super chat. Thank you guys so much. I got Brees, Myers, Reed, Rico, and Chuba. Flex one. All right. So I want to look something up here. So, because my brain's like, oh, kind of stiffened up here. Brees Hall. Rougher matchup on the road. The thing about Brees Hall, I feel like he's safer because I know he's going to touch the ball more than 12 times easily. And I know I'm going to have upside for that. I know the odds of hitting the fairway is decent. Like against the Falcons, scoring wise are pretty good against running backs. We hit the fairway. Cleveland, like you see that. You also rushed for 83 yards. You also got that one long catch and run for a score. So you see that. You also got the Patriots game, which was a bummer. Went off against the Bengals. Brees Hall is my safer play. I think I'd also, if you don't like that, then Myers would be my next man up. But I think more often than not, if it was my lineup, I'd go Brees Hall and just chase the running back touches there to see if we can pop one. If for some reason, if you want to shoot for more upside, because we're not really hitting 20, 30 points too often. We're just not. If you want to shoot for more upside, because odds are fairway in this matchup, 10, 11, 12, 13-ish. And I see the safety with that. If you want to shoot for more upside, then Myers, and hopefully he scores on the big play. I think a lot of my lineups, 80% of them would go Brees. I think the other 20%, if I'm down from Pitts or whatever, I would go Myers for the upside. Thank you so much for the super chat. Coming down here. All right. Thank you guys so much. I'm going to roll down through these questions here. Let's see where I'm at. JMO Dog. All right. 2. I'm going to see where I'm at. All right. All right. You're good now. Hurts me. Pick. I might have missed one. Let's see. We're just going to go here. We're just going to go here. Michael Wilson. I'm going to answer this one and go up a couple spots. All right. Michael Wilson or ETN as flex? That's a very good question. That's a very good question. I think that is a 50-50 coin flip. I think ETN's safer. His touches are guaranteed and projectable. Good matchup. I think Michael Wilson, I think his upside is going to be curtailed. He's also very safe. I think ETN's a little bit safer. I think this is a great matchup for him. I think I'd roll ETN. I think they're both good plays. I think if you can get them both to start in your lineup, I would definitely try that because I am dead nuts almost even with them. And then by default, by process, I'd lean more to ETN due to the running back touches. That's just more projectable for me. But I do like them both this week. I have them both as good plays. I think this was the next one for me. Hunt, Steve-O, Corum. Pick one half PPR. Chris Rodriguez. I'd go Steve-O. Now, if we get a report back that Chris Rodriguez is 100% good to go in the morning and he's healthy and the reports sound like he's good to go for all the touches, then I'd go Chris Rodriguez. Right now, I'm going Steve-O. Thank you so much for the question. Next one, Hurts or May? I'm going May. I like his matchup. I think we got a lot of upside. Pickens or Rice? Woo! That's an upside. I'd go Pickens. I like the matchup there. I think there's going to be good volume in that game. I think there's they're both great plays. Like you really go either or. Like I don't want to sound like I'm down on Rice, but if I'm shooting for upside, I think Pickens on the big play. Appreciate the content. Thank you so much for watching, Steve. Thank you. Start Justin Jefferson or Olave. I'd go Justin Jefferson. I just like the matchup. I like the matchup against the Cowboys. They're starting to be more pass funnel as well. They're starting to tighten up against the run. Not fully, but they're starting to get there. And I think this is a great play for him. Now we got Kyron or Woody. That's a hot one. That's a tight one. Because your gut would always go Kyron. Like, your gut would always go Kyron. You know what I'm saying? They got Kyron at 16. Like, I still want to go. Woody Marks shouldn't be that far away. Woody Marks, 13. How's Kyron with the injury coming in? Because it's hard to go away from Kyron. Even with him coming in with an ankle last week, I think he still had double digit. Yeah, he did. 15 opportunities. 15 opportunities. Woody Marks will probably be around the same amount of opportunities. And it will be in a similar game script. Not as good as an offensive line. Yards per carry would be a little reduced. I think it's a good coin flip. Usually you just go Kyron over Woody. The Woody matchup's so great. That Woody, he still scored 17 with an ankle injury going into the week. And still got 6.46 yards per carry. And Blake Corum taking a lot of the workload. You got Detroit here. Detroit's a good game for him. Not for like pounded out carry for carry, getting a lot of yards, but a lot of volume in this game where we can go to the goal line. Process says Kyron Williams due to the volume, the offense, the game script, game flow of this game. My gut says Woody Marks. Process says Kyron, though. Just him being Kyron. My gut says Woody Marks, and I do not know. I think it's tight. I think it's very tight. Meatball sub, I love these types of questions. If you got questions like these, drop them down there in the chat. Drop funny ones like this. Food, whatever. Meatball sub, pastrami. I'm going to roll meatball sub. It's just the meat on it. Really depends on how it's made, the size of the meatballs and everything. Like smoked meatballs off the smoker. Pastrami's fine. I like pastrami. But yeah, I'd go meatball sub, especially with some good cheese on it. Toasted bread. That's what I'd roll. That's what I'd roll. Non-PPR 10-man. Non-PPR 10-man. Who should I start? Flowers, Devontae, Rodriguez. Rodriguez is a huge gamble for me because I do not know how healthy he's going to be till I know in the morning. That being said, Devonta or Flowers. I like Flowers' matchup a lot. I think Flowers is the safest of the three. If you're looking for safety, and they got Flowers ahead of Devonta, they're close, and they were close for me in general. I like this Bengals game to blow wide open. Rashad Bateman's questionable coming in. I look for Zay Flowers to be somewhat safe. I think he's the safest of the three. I think Chris Rodriguez, if he was healthy going this matchup, I think he'd actually be the safest. It's a great matchup, and he's been getting the touches. I think Zay Flowers is the safest of the three. I would start Zay Flowers. If we do get news that Chris Rodriguez is good to go and we feel good that he's healthy, then I'd probably might lean that way. But I don't know the questionable tag and them mixing him with those running backs. I think I just trust Flowers a little more. Michael Wilson. I would go if we're going Woody Marks and Michael Wilson. I don't not know if that was a question earlier. I have Kyron and Woody. If it is, it's up there a bit. I think Wilson is very, very safe. Michael Wilson's very safe. Markey, I would put Michael Wilson personally. If you're going Woody Marks over Michael Wilson, I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it. I think they're both safe plays. I think Michael Wilson will get spammed some targets. The matchup's a little rougher. I think the odds of hitting the upside. I think both of them are solid gets. They're actually two guys I'm heavily into. Okay, this is a Yep, I like Travis Etienne. I don't remember that question. I've answered a lot. I do remember going Travis Etienne. Love the channel, bro. Hey, thank you so much, Yukon Cornelius. Perfect picture for the time of the year. I'm in the semifinal game. Bo Nix, Bryce Young, Tyler Shuck, Mark. I have Nix in, but might go Mariota. I wouldn't look at the rankings here because I know where they're all at. And Shuck, Bryce Young, they're big time gambles for both ends of the spectrum. I'm looking at Marcus Mariota here, and you're looking at him. I like his matchup. I think his big question is this guy right here. And it's the illness. And I think he's going to be fine. More often not, when guys have illnesses, they're in there. They're in there. I mean, pretty much you just get some medication and you're good to go. Like you probably got, I don't know what the illness is, but it's probably like some flu-like symptoms or something like that. You're good to go. You got your guys back there. You're looking at Mariota. Like, I think I'm fine with that. I think because Nick's got a rough matchup and Mariota's got a nice matchup. You're looking at that Denver game. It looked like things were starting to click. You got Terry McLaurin back. He hasn't been under 200 yards in a start for a bit. I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that if your gut's calling for it. Process-wise, I bet you they got Bo Nix ahead of him. And the reason why I bet you that is because it's Bo Nix. There's Mariota 14. Do they have Bo Nix? No, they got Mariota ahead of him. I like the matchup better. I'm cool with that if your gut's calling for that. I like that matchup better. I think you got good flow. I like them better in that last start. Mariota did. I liked how he was rocking it. I think Bryce Young and Tyler Shuck has a lot of upside. I think Mariota is a little safer. They're a little bit more projectable. I don't know which question is that, but I've went with Drake May on a lot of them. I like Drake May this week. I do like his matchup. Based on the matchup, I would start Darnold, even McCarthy over Brissett this week. I forget the question. And I'm looking at Darnold and McCarthy. I think Darnold's matchup could be fine. I think there's a chance that Philip Rivers runs bad. It could nuke the game script where nobody hits. But Darnold's always a safe play if you're looking for safety, if you're looking at this for more of a safety concern. I think Brissett will probably be fine. I think the matchup will probably curtail it, the upside a little bit. I think the volume's at least going to get him to the fairway pretty easy. I think McCarthy has a nice matchup here as a money ball play. Ferguson versus Schultz. My gut leans Ferguson. I like the matchup a lot. I like that matchup due to volume. And I bet you there's Jake Ferguson and they got Dalton Schultz down here. My gut leans Ferguson. It leans Ferguson. All right, we're at I Speak Fantasy. Let me check down here, make sure there's no super chats. Did I get hit with a bunch of super chats? We got some super chats down here, fellas. All right. All right. PPR flex, Rico or Watson? I'd go Watson over Rico. Thank you for the super chat, Eric. And then also Likely or Strange. It really depends on what you want to do here. Strange is a little bit more projectable and safer. He's getting about 5-ish, 6-ish targets a game, running a good route participation rate. I think Likely has more upside. He's the hot hand. You're up against the Bengals. They're giving up a lot of fantasy points to tight ends. They're going to be targeting the tight end. I think for my lineups personally, I'd shoot for that upside with Likely. I think I'd be going Watson and Likely in those scenarios. Thank you for the super chat. Here's another one from Marks. And we have pick 2 between Fannin, McBride, Trey McBride, Bowers playing Pitts. I'd go McBride and Bowers. Those would be the 2 I'd roll with. Those would be the 2. I just see the targets just being concentrated to Bowers. It's the quarterback play and the situation. I can definitely see you wanting to roll Fannin against the Bears. I think it's still Rock Bowers and McBride, though. And I see that Houston matchup. I just see, like, they can't run the ball. Like, Arizona can't run the ball. So that they're just going to sling it so many times. The volume's going to it's just going to give it more probabilities. That's what I would do for my lineups personally, Bowers and McBride. Thank you so much for the super chat. I got another one. It happened in twice. Bowers and McBride. Double checking down here. We got another one. Thank you so much for the super chat here. 99 TV. 50-50 matchup. I think usually I'd rock the running back and go Harvey. I think the matchup's rough, and that's rough for Sutton. Brian Thomas Jr. not 100% projectable here. Like, he's off and on. I think I'd go Harvey more often than not. And if I want to shoot for the upside play and get away from the Packers game, then I'd go Brian Thomas Jr. I think more often than not, I'd put Harvey in. If I want to shoot for more upside, 20 plus, 30 plus, I'd go Brian Thomas Jr. If I want to shoot and for the higher floor, more likely to hit 10, 11, 12, I'd go Harvey. But if I got to have upside, if that's what the 50-50 matchup means, then it's Brian Thomas Jr. for the upside to try and hit 20 plus. But there's also a big downside. But if it's more of straight up play for a floor or upside, then it'd be Harvey and just chasing the floor. Thank you so much for the super chat. Going down here, we got a lot of questions. Thank you so much. Blessed with the questions here, guys. Thank you guys so much. Moving our way back up. See where we're at here. Answering all of them today, or trying to. Seeing where I'm at, guys. What was his response to Hendo? Shoot, that was an hour ago. Fannin, only Brown, I'm playing. So I didn't get to that far. Seattle Zip Pittman is the only projected 8 points. So Dogs are going crazy right now. Okay, now I'm starting to see where. Love the channel. There was one about food or something. Yep. All right. Ferguson or Schultz. Here we go. Yeah, don't let Ric Flair down. Guys, hit that subscribe button real quick. Smash that like button. Ric Flair's watching you guys. Woo, I'm about to lose my voice. I got to shovel snow in the morning. Brian Thomas Jr., my guess is, this is year 2, new coaching staff, new offense, and I think we just got to gel into it. And I think there's just different concepts here that just doesn't play into how he plays the game right now, and they're just trying to make it fit. I think also you got Jacoby Myers. Yeah, they're starting. And another thing is Lawrence is starting to spread it around. Lawrence has been looking good. He's starting to hit like 250-ish every single game, spreading it around. You're also seeing Tim Patrick hit last week. You're definitely seeing like a good batch of wide receivers with Trevor Lawrence pushing it. I think Brian Thomas Jr.'s he had a good moment last week, actually. Like, he fired last week. It's just there's just a lot of changes going on in this offense. He's still young. 3 for 87, 11.7. This Jets matchup, that could be good or bad. Next question here, Corum or Kyron versus Jacobs. Pick 2. So you got a split between the Rams running backs. It's really hard to go with both of them in that matchup. It's almost like a coin flip. I think odds are you go Kyron, but Corum's the hot hand. So that's why I say coin flip. Process would say Kyron because it's Kyron, and then it would be Jacobs just to diversify out of that game. So I would, by proxy, just pick one. I'd go Kyron Jacobs, but if you want to lean Corum Jacobs, that's cool. Or if you want to, that's what I do. I diversify out of that game script though. Like, I just can't see it. Both running backs hit last week. You're also dealing with that knee. Also, if you come into the morning and Jacobs sounds more banged up and he's still playing through it, then I'd definitely go both running backs then with that context. So that being said, we're lacking information. So giving you the information or giving you the scenario that if Jacobs comes in, it sounds like he's playing through being banged up with the rougher matchup, then you go with the Rams backs. If Jacobs, you catching reports that he's good to go, process-wise says Kyron Jacobs, but if you want to go Corum Jacobs, cool. I think it's a coin flip between the two. But if I feel like any doubt on Jacobs and his touches, then I'm just going both Rams backs. Just by process and default. Like, I don't want to do that. But also, it's also a rough game script coming in banged up and then just using Manny Wilson against it. C-Rod, Tracy likely for flex. Right now, Tracy with the matchup for the Tracy versus likely as the upside play. If we come in the morning and C-Rod's healthy and good to go, I want to check out, like, it's been a minute and I've been talking like, this has been a 2.5 hour live. Chris Rodriguez right now. Questionable, looking like game time decision. Game time decision. If we catch a report, sounds like he's good to go. Sounds like he is the man for the offense. Like, he's that healthy, and we're feeling good that he's going to get an opportunity. Then I'd roll with him with this matchup. Odds are it's probably not going to be like that. I think you got a coin flip between Tracy and Likely. I think both of them are upside plays and gambles. Tracy might be a shade. I want to look at his touches here recently because this is the first Tracy question I got today, I think. Or the first one where I could legit look at him. He's been getting work. He's a little bit safer. I know he's going to get the touches. He's a little bit safer due to matchup and touches. Like, I know the workload's going to be there. I also think Likely's got a little upside to him. I think they're both upside plays. I can definitely see him smashing against Washington. I can definitely see Likely going off. Like, this is both of them. I like them for what they are. I think Tracy would be the safer bet with the touches, but I could also lean the other way. Myers versus McConkey versus Wilson versus Rice, pick 3. I think I had this one earlier. Myers, McConkey, Wilson, Rice, Watson, pick 3. Okay, Wilson, Rice, McConkey. Those would be the 3 I'd roll with. Those would be the 3. Why not Watson? Upside gamble, rough matchup. Myers, you got the Jets. That could be a game script that gets nuked. Caleb Williams or Sanders? That's a good question. My gut went with Sanders. My gut went with Sanders because it's hard to throw on the Browns. It's easier to just run on them. My gut went with Sanders, and I think process-wise would have you go like everybody else would go Williams. Williams is 20. Williams is only ranked 6 spots ahead of him. I think Sanders is a risk that he could just throw picks and be a rookie. I think you can definitely throw on the Bears a lot easier than you can throw on the Browns. I would go that's just hard coming out of the mouth. But really, when you pinpoint that down, I'd go Sanders. Devin, Neal, Brees Hall. I need a safe floor. I'd go Brees Hall. I think he's the safer one between the two. And the reason why, he's still getting workload, he's still getting touches. I think the workload of seeing 12 to 15 opportunities, touches, and targets, that's the floor, really. That's going to get you there. You got Jacksonville, a little rougher game script on the road. Quarterback play, they're probably going to lean on him a little bit more. You're going to get those carries. Touchdowns are going to be reduced a little bit. That's what I'd be looking at. Start Seattle DST or Eagles DST. I've gotten this one a lot. Wait, I know I haven't. Seattle is the Rivers one. Rivers versus Kenny Pickett. My goodness. I wish those names never came out of my mouth like that. Man, I feel like I'm disrespectful for Rivers, but Seattle. He hasn't been playing football in 5 years. He's been coaching high school. I just don't. That's what I'd roll with. I go Seattle. I just don't like those names coming out of my mouth like that. Pittman is only projected 8 points PPR with Old Man. Surely he'll hit more than that, right? 8 PPR. So let's be like, if you caught 3 balls, got 4 balls for 40 yards, 8. If you get a score, I think you got a chance to get more than 8. I think you got a chance. I think 8's really the floor. I think you're going to catch some volume. Like, I don't think Rivers is going to be there to be a check down merchant. Like, I think Rivers is going to push it. He is an aggressive player by proxy. Like, the only way this runs bad is he gets out there and he's like, oh, snap. I've aged this much and I'm done. I think he's at least going to be very aggressive with the football. We've seen a lot of veteran players be aggressive with the football. I think he's going to push it. That does not mean good's going to happen. I think 8's actually around that floor. I think Pittman, projectable-wise, is around 10, 11 range. I think 10, 11, 12. I think that's probably where you're going to be at. You got to score the touchdown. I think Rivers is going to be aggressive with it at least. Wilson, Jennings, pick 2. I go Michael Wilson and Tet McMillan. Those would be my 2. And pretty easy. I like Tet McMillan, target share and deep ball. I like Wilson. I think he's safe. I think his upside will be curtailed a little bit with Houston. All right, I did this super chat. Thank you, Tacos. A bit ago. These questions about an hour ago. I'm going down to look for more super chats down here. I'm to a point where I've answered that one. I got one flex. So I answered those 3. I answered that one. Do I have more down here? All right. So we're good. I'm going to keep rolling down. There's Buy Tacos. Here's the next one. What's up, big guy? What's up, buddy? What's that? Is that a Buffalo in your picture? I'm needing to start 2 wide receivers and a flex option. And my flex options are Olave, Tet, Sutton, Myers, and then running backs are Harvey, Henry. What's your thoughts? I need to start 2 wide receivers. Tet for sure. Tet for sure. Then Olave would be my 2. And then Sutton and Myers are gambles for me. I like Hendo. So if I'm reading this right, it'd be Tet, Olave, and Hendo. I think Hendo's got a decent floor and some upside. I'd roll with that. I like Sutton and Myers for what they are, but they also make me nervous with their game scripts. Harvey's fine. I just think Hendo in that smash matchup, Tet, Olave, Hendo, that's what I'd roll with. I'd roll Waddle. I'd roll Waddle in that matchup. Waddle, Myers, Ladd. Well, thank you for the question, buddy. I would rank them Waddle, Ladd, Myers. That's how I'd rank them. So I'd go Waddle, then Ladd. That's how I'd rank that one. Mahomes or Purdy? Here's how I had this. I had this question a few times. If you're looking for like a higher floor, I'd go Mahomes. But if you're looking to be in that top 5 quarterback range, Purdy, and I think Purdy's got a decent floor. I think Purdy more than likely to start. Mahomes is fine for a lot of my starts as well. If I'm being ultra conservative, Mahomes, but Purdy's fine. If you're thinking Purdy, roll with it because they're both good. I think they're both safe. I think Purdy's more likely to hit that top 5 if you want that for the answer for you. Hendo, I like Hendo this week. I think he's got upside. I think there is a little bit of risk with Hendo. There's always is. But considering he's been turning it on a little bit more, I like him. Fannin only Brown, I'm playing. I like Fannin. I like Fannin a lot. That makes sense. I like Fannin and Quinshawn. Shedeur, if you got a money ball quarterback. It really depends on your context and what you need for that match. Hey, Bruce, I hope you're having a good one, dude. I hope you're having a good one. I lean Justin Jefferson. I like the matchup against Dallas. I think there's going to be good back and forth. Hopefully, J.J. McCarthy gets right. Walker is a huge gamble on both sides. Neal is too. I'd go Justin Jefferson. I've had this one before. I lean May. I think both quarterbacks are great. If you're looking for a straight up upside play, I mean, both of them have great floor. Both of them have great upside. I lean May due to the matchup. I think there's good back and forth, but I think both of them are great quarterbacks to start. You got Jags or Philly D. I am going Jags. I've had that one a few times. The difference for me is I think Pickett's a little safer. I think both of them got rough quarterbacks they're going up against. Fantasy Pros has Philly over Jags. I think it's tight. I just think the Jags has a little better one. Hold up. It's against the Jets, right? Hold up. My throat's getting scratchy with all these. I want to make sure my brain's all right on that one. Yep. I'm going Jags. Yep. I had to double check. I just didn't want to make sure I was Harvey. If that is Quinshawn Judkins, yes, over Harvey. If that's Jerry Jeudy, Harvey. I'm Quinshawn Judkins over Harvey. I would take that. Jacobs, RB1, Javonte, RB2, Flex, Hendo, or Woody Marks. Woody Marks is the safer play. I think there might be a situation where you take Jacobs out, watch the news in the morning. Watch the news hard in the morning and watch your gut. That's a rough matchup. Watch that. Woody Marks has a safe matchup. I like that a lot. I think Hendo's great this week. You may have to make that move. I would go Woody over Hendo. I think it's pretty tight between them. I think they're both decent plays this week. I would recommend watching the injury report, watching multiple injury reports and information on Josh Jacobs tomorrow morning. Well, this morning it's past midnight. ETN, Josh Jacobs, Nico Collins, or Kyron Williams at flex. ETN, Nico. I would. You're blessed. You're blessed here. So to rank them would probably go Nico, ETN, Kyron, then Jacobs. That's how I would rank them. And I'm pretty tight with Nico and ETN if you're looking straight scoring. I think process-wise, I'd go maybe Nico with the matchup and targets, but ETN's pretty tight with that. I think you're good with either. You're very blessed here at Flex. You're super blessed. I think both of them got good matchups there. I would go Nico, then ETN, but you're so blessed that you could go either or. Strange, Waller, Loveland. I'd go Waller. I'd go Waller for the upside play. Strange if you want to play it safe. If you want to play it safe, maybe hit the fairway. He's going to more likely to get his 5 targets. Waller's gotten 3 in the last 2 games. He's just got a nice smash matchup this week. Loveland, not really this week for me. Jackson Dart and Brock Purdy. I think they're both great plays this week. I think Brock Purdy has a great chance of scoring in the top 5. I think Dart does as well. I think Dart's a little bit more riskier. I think Brock Purdy's the safer play, where if he bombs out, his floor is going to be higher than Dart's. I think I'd lean Brock Purdy a little bit more. Dart more for the upside, though. Yep. Dart's more of an upside. Wide receiver 3, McConkey, Pierce. I'd lean McConkey. McConkey, thinking of making Kincaid my tight end instead of flex and flexing Monty. Kincaid versus Kelsey. I think that's a fine move. I think they are close enough where they're a coin flip. And Monty's got a matchup where it could fire for him. There should be good volume for him in that matchup. There you go. That context. I like that. Dart's more of the home run. More of the home run. I like them both. I like them both. I like them both. I think there's more chance of back and forth in that matchup. Dowdle, Metcalf, Waddle need to. Waddle for sure. Waddle for sure. They need to. I go Waddle and Metcalf. All right. Gonna go down, search for some super chats, see if they're down here. I don't want to leave them hanging. I did that one. I think we're down. All right, going back up. Where are we at here? Seeing where we're at. Don't want to lose my spot. This is a lot. There we go. Going on to the next one. I already answered that one. Purdy or Mahomes? Okay, Mahomes is the safer play. I could definitely see Purdy hitting top 5, more likely to hit the upside. Purdy's also safe. I think more often than not, I'd go Purdy unless I want to be ultra conservative. I think they're great plays. I just think Purdy's just got a little bit more upside. Steve-O, Walker, Dowdle, Chuba Hubbard, Luther Burden. Need 1 running back, 2 flex. So my top running back here. All right. Looks like we're probably going to go 2 running backs regardless. Steve-O, I'm staying away from him. Singletary. And it's probably going to be one of Hubbard and Dowdle. Unless Walker smashes. Singletary's got a good matchup here. I think I'd shoot the upside with Walker. If you want to gamble, go Walker. They're all gambles. I go Singletary and Walker. Moving on to the next one. Mahomes, I'm split with them. It really depends. If I want to go conservative more, I go Mahomes. I think Purdy's got some upside with this matchup. JJ McCarthy, or Mariota. I think it's a push between the two. I think it'd lean that Cowboys game. I think it'd go Cowboys game. I'd go Debo. I'd go Depot, then Pittman, then Judy. Purdy or Dart, full PPR. Had those one prior. So Purdy, safer play, still some upside. I think both of them are some of the top quarterback plays of the week. I think Dart, if you need to shoot for more 20, 25 plus, taking more of that risk, more of that gamble. I think Purdy's the safer play, and he's still got some upside baked into him. I think the upside could curtail a little bit, but I think Dart's more of that home run threat this week. If you need that, then Darts. If you need to be a little bit safer, more conservative, Purdy. That's a tough one. I feel a little safer with Barkley. I think they're both great. I think they're both great. Like those are like I want to see where they got them ranked. They're like I think they're both great. Barkley at 16. Like it's the running back touches. I just feel safer with that. Just getting that work you're going to get. That's why I would rock that. I'm going to see. Come on. 9, they got him. I can definitely see where they're both great plays. Like it's like the upside's like here and here. They're both great plays. Barkley's a shade safer due to the running back touches, and that they should be up on the Raiders, pounding it out. That's what I would see. I see him a shade safer. I think they're both great plays. You can go with either one you want. I would definitely. You're good. All right, coming on down here. Franklin, Vele, DJ Moore, Jaden Reed. I would stay away from DJ Moore in this matchup. Probably Jaden Reed's a gamble. Vele versus Franklin here. I think they're both roughly going to be around the same amount of targets. Rough one. Rough one. Franklin. I'd roll Franklin. Franklin. And it's tight. It's very tight. It's very tight. Dart upside. LOL Rivers. KW Char Money Guy Chuba. KW Char. So with the Seattle game, if Rivers does come out and suck, you're probably looking at one of those two running backs hitting the fairway. Kenneth Walker, if you're looking for the upside in that scenario, Money Guy's dangerous to score against the Browns. Very dangerous. They're a run funnel team. You're looking at Chuba. I would look at Money Guy and Kenneth Walker. That would be the two I'd roll with. River, like the whole thing, the whole scenario. I just want to watch it. I think it's going to be hilarious. Jaden Reed, it's tight between those guys. I like Debo for this week, as long as he comes in not too sick or whatever. Chuba, it's a good split here. Kenneth Walker, McCarthy. I want McCarthy on that one. I like that Cowboys game. LOL. Money Guy versus Neal. Neal's the safer play. It's not against the Browns. He's getting the touches. He's getting the opportunity. Money Guy's more of the upside play. So Neal's like that safer play. I think he's probably going to be all right for 10, 11, 12. Money Guy, he's got a lower floor. It's the Browns. He's sharing the workload. You got 38 over under, lower implied point total. I think he's dangerous for the upside. So if you have to go broke, I'd go Money Guy. I think most lineups you'd go Neal. Like he went. Dart is an great for the upside. Yeah, thank you guys for all the questions. Make sure you guys are hitting that subscribe button, that like button. Helps out a lot. Want to thank you guys so much. Money guy. I like money guy for the upside. Alvin Kamara out. Money guy has Swift. Yeah. So, like I've been saying with this dichotomy, it's Devin Neal more of like the safer play for that 10, 11, 12 spot. So, it really depends on how you look and play the game. I think money guy, if you need to really go for broke, because it's also a lower implied point total, you got weather, you got Browns, but money guy is very dangerous. And you got Alvin Kamara there out with Devin Neal getting the touches, and that's a game script that could blow open. So I feel like Devin Neal's a little safer, but I don't want to mess with money guy because I know he's going to be there's more upside to him. Let's see. If you're looking for stash players, Diggs, Reed, Burden, Corum, Kyle Money Guy, Chuba, Wire is decent. So running backs are probably going to be zapped up pretty good. So what you want to do is look at matchups going forward. You want to look at players that are like you're in one game stretches right now. So if I'm looking up for the next week, I want to look at this is how I would do it. So I would want to look at running backs next week who are up against the Bengals, the Giants, the Jets, Cards, Cowboys. Cowboys are a little sneaky. They were number one. They've tightened up and they've dropped the 5. Maybe Bills. They can be off and on against the run. You're starting to get the off and on against the run once you get down here. I mean, if you want to look at last 3 weeks, Giants, Jets, Raiders. There's a trend here with some of these teams. I would look at these defenses who are giving up points and try to exploit those if I need to. I think what you got on your bench is very solid. Like Reed, great stash. Diggs, you're not going to give away. Burden's Burden's got the Packers, though. Burden might be the player you let loose, but I would attack those matchups. You're looking at wide receivers, Lions, Cowboys, Colts. Look at those matchups. Lions, Cowboys, Colts, wide receivers. Look at that. Darren Waller is the matchup king in the next week against the Bengals. That's how I look at it. My chat is frozen. Come on here looking for super chats. Super chat there might be. Here's a new. We got a chat here. I'm going to show this up. Camera went down. Looks like internet's going down a little bit. It'll be back up here. There we go. Here we go. Thank you, Aim and Peak. I'm starting Hindi over JT. Need mental support. You rolling with your gut on that? I think I'd probably still go Jonathan Taylor. I think that's what I'd probably do. I want to see what they're doing. They do have Jonathan Taylor low, don't they? They have Jonathan Taylor pretty low against Seattle at 23. That's his lowest ranking of the year. I don't even know his rankings straight up offhand. And gut-wise, if you're trusting your gut, rolling with your gut, hold up. I lied. There's a flex rankings. Jonathan Taylor's still high, I bet. Jonathan Taylor's at 11. That's Seattle. He's going to get volume. He's going to get the opportunity. Jonathan Taylor, though, hasn't been 100% perfect. He started off hot. Hasn't been 100% perfect. But he's only had 3 games where he got roughed up. KC, Pittsburgh, you got Seattle. But you're also guaranteed all these touches pretty much against Seattle. I think he's got a decent floor. I would go JT. I would give you a rally cap on that one. I think do trust your gut. Trust your gut on him. He's got a good match. Like the sell here for Hindi over JT, that matchup and the volume in that matchup, that Patriots-Bills game, that would be the sell for that. I think I would go JT over Andy and just roll with it. So that would be the matchup. That's a better matchup. There's better flow to that game. It should have higher scoring in that matchup. I'd probably go JT, but if you're just calling for it, go roll with your gut. Roll with your gut. Here we go. We got another super chat down here. Thank you for the super chat, guys. Played versus Pitt. C-Rod or Slayton got Dart. We just looked up C-Rod. He's a game time decision. Right now, as of 12:30 in the morning, I'm going Slayton. If I get news in the morning that C-Rod's solid, and I feel like he's solid enough where he's going to get a bulk of the workload, I'll go C-Rod. You can run on that team. Right now, with the information I got, I'm going Slayton. But if I get the reverse information that C-Rod's good to go, I feel like he's not going to get messed with, like they're not going to share workload too much, I'll go C-Rod. But right now, I'm leading Slayton. Thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you so much. Why I like Slayton is he's a deep ball dandy. You bring in one deep ball, we're good to go. We're good to go. We could hit big. All right, we're going to work our way down on the questions, guys. Make sure you hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. Again, I'm here. I'll be here next year every single week. I might do more Saturdays now. I did not know there was people on Saturday night waiting. Let's see where we're at here. LOL Rivers, McCarthy, We're starting to move a little faster. Okay, I think I might be past where I was at. It's hard to tell. A lot of people were just calling out names, helping other people out. Okay, definitely did that one. Did that one. Money guy. Or Swift. Did that one. All right, here we go. Michael Wilson or Sutton. I'm rolling Michael Wilson. I think there's going to be a good matchup, good volume in that matchup against Houston with Brissett. I think he's at least going to throw it 30 times, and it's only going to go to him and McBride pretty much. They can't run the football. They can't run the football effectively. They're going to be throwing it, and at least the target's going to be there. Sutton's in a rough matchup as well. We're going to have to go to the next one. I don't know which one. Yeah, thank you so much for the super chat, buddy. Thank you so much. Yeah, Michael Wilson, he's getting so much target, so much volume. Even in a matchup where the upside's reduced a little bit or potentially, like, it's still good to go, still good to look at. Wilson, I go Wilson over Sutton. Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys so much, guys. I think Money Guy is a scary play. He's a scary play. He's good. And he's going up against a run funnel defense. Teams try to run on the Browns. Teams can run on the Browns. They can't pass on them. I think it's that goal line touch, and they'll probably get a couple goal line opportunities in this matchup. Marvin Harris, Wilson. I roll Wilson. I think Higgins got the upside. I think Likely's upside. I think it's tight between the three. Jaden Higgins, just that matchup's a little rough. I think I'd roll. I think if you're trying to get to 20 plus, I'm going Higgins. I think Likely and Reed are candidates for the fairway. If you're fairway plus, maybe some upside. I think mostly Higgins if I'm trying to get to the upside. I think Jonathan Taylor is a scary start, but I'd start him for my lineups. I think he's a scary start, but I'd start him for my lineups. I think the volume's definitely going to be there. I think you'll probably catch low end fairway, but Isaiah Likely that's a damn good matchup. That's a damn good matchup. Mark Andrews averaging 6 targets. I think there's a good chance both tight ends hit the fairway. Like, they're probably going to pound those tight ends. Like, they're just giving away yards to tight ends. They got 1,200 yards to tight ends and 15 touchdowns. Number 2 and number 3 behind them, I think it's Jaguars, Jets, if I remember right, has 14 touchdowns. Bengals have 15 to tight ends. Like, we could see both of them do something. I'd go Dart. I'd go Dart. Is that Sam Darnold versus Dalton Schultz? Oh, my brain. Let me make sure there's an. I want to. Let me double check this because I've answered a lot of questions. I've seen. I would always we're going super flex, right? I would always lean the quarterback. I would always lean the quarterback. Always lean the quarterback. That's what I'd roll with. That's my process. I would go quarterback. I'd roll Olave. I'd roll Olave. Hampton or Corum. I see where we're getting at here. That's a good one. I really want to see what they're saying over here. That's a good one. My gut goes Hampton because I just want to gamble on it. Blake Corum is down below. The thing about this is Blake Corum is sharing that workload with Kyron. It's hard to run on Detroit. But the thing about that Detroit game, there's Hampton and then Corum's like right there. So at 39 versus 28. The thing about that game is there's going to be good volume and back and forth. Those running backs, one of them's going to blow up. That Kansas City Chiefs game is nasty. I think both of them have similar odds and risks. I think I'd go Marion Hampton, but it's very, very close. Very close. Where if you want to go the other way, go ahead. I think it's great. This is interesting. Genty and Marks. My gut went with Marks. I'm going to talk myself out of it because I just never thought of saying that a few months ago. They got Marks over Genty as well. I just like the matchup. I just like the matchup for Marks, and I know he's going to get double opportunities. And then you got the quarterback play to worry about there for Genty. It's tight, but I like Marks. I'd sit. I mean, Fannon's a good candidate. You're blessed at tight end. I think I just start my super studs. They're all studs, but McBride and Bowers. So we're here. I answered this super chat a bit. I'm going to make sure there's no super chats down at the bottom again. All right, making sure. What? Did I pass one? No, it just went red. Ooh, this one's cool. I got a super sticker. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the super sticker, man. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you guys. Thank you guys so much. I never had a super sticker before. You're the first one. You are the first one. Thank you so much. Let's go back to where we were at up top here. We're working our way down. Ba, 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 ba. I think we're almost there. Working our way back down here. Wilson, Marks, Money Guy, projection. Isaiah about to eat. Hampton, Genty, Marks. There we go. Then we came to here. We're to here. We're to here. JJ McCarthy or Mariota? I like McCarthy's matchup better. Warren or Gasecki? I go Warren. Big time gamble out of those three wide receivers. I think I'd go Yoshi. And it's a coin flip between Yoshi and Rashid Shaheed. I wouldn't trust Burden this week. But I think I go Yoshi, Warren, and JJ. Hampton, Tracy, Myers. I think I'd roll Hampton. I think I feel a little safer with Trevion Henderson. I think it's kind of close. I think Corum's a little scary this week, but I think I'd roll Trevion Henderson. Drop 2 tight ends and grab a better option off the waiver wire. Okay, okay. I'm a little Stroud, Darnold, Shedeur. Oh, out of 3, Darnold's your safest one. I think Shedeur's got a lot of upside for this matchup. I think Darnold's your safest. Stroud's pretty safe as well. I think upside and safety. I think I'd rank them how you got them. Stroud. I think Stroud, Darnold, Shedeur with upside and safety mixed in. For just sheer upside, it'd be Stroud and Shedeur. Like, I think Darnold's going to be good enough for the fairway or maybe higher end on the fairway. But I think Stroud and Shedeur is more the upside plays if you need that. I think Stroud's the overall pick here. I just like that matchup against Arizona. Darnold's safer. Darnold is a lot safer. I agree with that. And I can see a lot of people going with that. He's safer every week. Tet McMillan or Chris Olave? I'd go with Tet McMillan. I'd go with Tet. I like the target share. I like the A-dot downfield. And out of the 2 quarterbacks, I'd rather have his. Jackson Dart or Dak Prescott? Dak's safer. If you're looking for safety, I'd go Dak. Jackson, if you want to gamble for upside, I just don't know if it's necessary. I think I'd go Dak. Trevion. I like Trevion this week. I don't like him with the studs, but I like him this week for what he is. Ooh. So exploit those. I would exploit those matchups like against the Bengals and those rougher defenses. Thursday, yeah. Swift or Neal? I want to see what they're saying. My gut goes Swift because he's the better player, and it's also a run funnel on the Browns. Like, you can't pass on them, so at least they're just going to try and run it. Swift, and they're neck and neck. Carolina, like, I could see both of them. I think both. I like Swift a little bit. He's a little bit safer. I think Devin Neal, there's a chance that game script breaks loose. It's also there's a chance that game script just dies. I think if you're looking for straight up upside, maybe Devin Neal. There's a chance that Shuck just runs it in at the goal line. There's a chance that this game script, I think that Swift's a little safer for me. I do that more often than not. But if I need sheer upside, I go Neal. Right now, I'd go Higgins. So Brees Hall or Swift or Warren? I'd sit Swift. I'd sit Swift out of those 3. Thank you guys. Thank you guys so much. One Devin, Singletary. I need 2 running backs, 1 flex. All right. If CMC's out, by proxy, B-Rob's going to be in there. By proxy, B-Rob's going to be in there, and I'd probably go B-Rob, money guy. And if I'm shooting for upside, Kenneth Walker. And if I don't want to shoot to upside, Devin Singletary. So if Christian McCaffrey's out, B-Rob, money guy, and then it's whether you want to play it safe, Singletary, then Kenneth Walker. If Christian McCaffrey's in, money guy, Kenneth Walker, and Devin Singletary. That's how I'd roll that. All right. So this was a previous super chat. I'm going to go down to the bottom, see if there's any more. There's that sticker. All right. Looks like we're good to keep rolling. That is the love whatever. Let's see. It's all right. On to the next one. I already answered that super chat. Kyle Money Guy, Walker, Allen, Burrow. Oh my goodness. I'm to a point I'll go Kyle Money Guy against the Browns over Walker. to that point. I think Walker, if you want to shoot for splash upside, Walker, I think money guy is probably a little safer. Allen Burrow, I think that's blessed at quarterback. I think you're looking at this for upside play. They got Allen number 1, Burrow 5, both top 5, both with smash matchups. I think both of them are great this week. So now we're looking at who's more likely to be number 1. It's against the Patriots. They're tougher against the they're a pass funnel, actually. Burrow's a little safer. I'd go Josh Allen, but I don't think either of them's a bad choice. I think they're both up there for a reason. Flex 1, Brees, Myers, Reed, Rico, Chuba. Brees. I'd roll Brees, and I think I might have answered that one. I think you rolled that up in a super chat. Yeah. All right, Slayton or Higgins? I'd go Higgins. There's a good one. 2 wide receivers I like a lot this week. I think Wilson's a little safer due to the volume. I think T-Mac, more upside to splash in this game script. I think give me T-Mac. That's tight. Those are 2 players I like a lot. You can go with either. I like them both. If I should get a different defense, but I don't think I have any expendable players. It's all good. Let's see how we got. So the roster's down here. All right, what's the question again? I'd also like to know if I should get a different defense, but I don't think I have any expendable players. All right, defense. Let's look at that first. Where's that at? Patriots. All right. Really depends on what defenses are available. If you got any of those top defenses, then I'd like against Phillip Rivers, like against Kenny Pickett, like any of those matchups where you can exploit, then like Jacksonville against that quarterback. I think Shedeur, I think that Bears defense is ranked a little high. I think that game script could be a little weird. Like I'd probably stay away from that. This game script could get weird. I think you're fine unless those guys are there. Looking at your roster here, lineup wise, McCaffrey, JT, Studley there. Quinshon Judkins, Hendo. First off, if this is 10 teams, it's still pretty solid. Monty, as you're like B-Rob Wilson, and then you're looking at. So if you're going down the line as those starters, you're solid. Puka, Tet, you're solid. So solid, it's hard for you to make moves. I can't really move on a Manny Wilson because I don't want to give that Josh Jacobs manager that player if he's out. Same thing with B-Rob. They're great stashes. Going to your first question, I want to double check the lineup I should go with. Also, so lineup wise, I think you're solid. I think you're just so blessed with good players that it's tough. I think you're solid. I think you're good to roll with that. I think you're solid. Here we go. Higgins. C-Rod. Yeah, it's game time decision. So a lot of times I'm rolling against C-Rod because of that. If I catch different news that he's sounding good, like good enough to get the workload, which it's going to be hard to project, then I'll start leaning his way because it's a nice matchup. But I have to lean away from that till I get more news. Tracy, Gainwell, I'd go Gainwell there. Like, it's a gamble. All 3 of those are gambles, but I like that matchup for him. Which one was yours? I don't have a question. Unless it was a bit ago, which I probably answered it. Which running back to sit? Thanks, man. Sorry for my question. Hey, it's all good. Thank you so much. Hey, guys, make sure you hit that subscribe button. That way you don't miss out on any of the videos. Like right during the 4:30 games, when they're right around 6, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, I start looking at the waiver wire. First person to put out waiver wire content. That way, like, it's directly off feelings from the games and everything else. On Monday, we cover websites covering the waiver wire, and I do a spreadsheet of what they have listed at running back, wide receiver. We look at the market for that. I'll let you know which websites you want to buy subscriptions for, and let you know what your league mates are looking at. I'm going to do that next year. It seems like that's been a good resource for you guys. And then on Tuesdays, we go 20 plus deep on running backs, and another video going 20 plus deep on wide receivers. Wednesday, we'll do another waiver wire video where we cover all the positions, just covering the waiver wire in general for those who have waiver wire Wednesdays or want confirmation bias. But there's a little something for everybody. We go deeper by the day almost. Should have. All right, 2 running backs, 1 flex. Hendo, Dowdle, Hubbard, Jacobs, Wilson. I would go Hendo, Jacob, Wilson combo. Robinson Jr. seems. I don't think CMC will be out. Okay, I'd go Hendo, Packers, RBs, Yoshi. No, Worthy. Worthy. I like Worthy in that matchup. I think he was getting targeted good in that first game. So we're on a string here of the former super chats I just did. I'm going to go down to the bottom and look for super chats. Okay, there's that one. We got one. We got one right here. Thank you for the super chat, Patrick. Terry McLaurin versus Woody Marks versus Breece Hall. That's a good question. I want to look at what they're saying. Breece Hall versus Woody Marks. My gut went with Woody Marks. I think Woody Marks has a great matchup. My gut went with Woody Marks. And I want to see if they're on pace with me, but I think Breece Hall isn't going to be too far off. So what I like about Woody Marks is the matchup. I think he's going to be the safest play of the 3. I think Terry McLaurin has a lot of upside. I think it's between Woody Marks and Terry McLaurin. And I would shake it out like this. If I'm down from Thursday and I'm projected to lose, or if I'm looking at the lineups, I feel like I got the worst lineup, I'm going Terry McLaurin shooting for the upside. That's what I do strategy-wise for this situation. If it looks like our lineups are dead nuts even, or if I feel like I'm ahead or I'm projected ahead, then I'm going Woody Marks. He's the safer play. That's what I would do. That would be my strategy for the situation. I think Breece Hall is fine play as well. I think he's not far off from Woody Marks. I think that Arizona matchup, though, and Houston projected being ahead, I think I would definitely lean the Marks. My gut went with that. They got Marks. I think Terry McLaurin for the upside play. I think that's what I do. Thank you so much for the super chat, guys. Thank you so much. Got another one down here. Wilson or DK? Thank you for the subscription, guys. Thank you guys so much for subscribing. I would lean Wilson. I would lean the volume. I would lean the volume. I would definitely lean on that. I would lean Wilson. I would lean Wilson. I feel like he's a little safer. DK Metcalf's fine. Like, he's steady for the fairway. He's been volatile. He hit last week pretty good. Like, I can definitely see that. But I'd lean Wilson. They got to throw the ball. They can't run it. They got to sling the rock. I think Wilson is the play I would roll with. Thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys for subscribing too. Thank you guys. Moving on up back to where we were at. Breece or Debo? I think Breece is a shade safer. Debo's coming in questionable. I think Debo's got some upside in this matchup because this matchup could break and be high scoring. I think if I'm projected to be ahead in this matchup, I feel good with my lineup. I'm going Breece. If I'm behind from Thursday, or if I'm projected to lose, if I don't like my lineup, I'm going Debo. I'm also watching the injury reports. I think a lot of times I'm going Breece, but in some cases, I will go Debo due to the upside. I think there's more upside with them. Which running back to sit? Harvey, Genty, Kyron, Hampton? I would sit Harvey. I don't like his matchup as much. I think he's a little bit more risky between the 3. Who to flex PPR? I would lean Addison. I would lean Addison due to this Cowboys matchup. I would definitely do that. Your super chat got missed. Let me look for it, buddy. I'm sorry about that. It's got to be up before this message then. Let me look for it. I'm not seeing it yet. I'm not seeing it. Was it hours ago? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? It had to be this one. C-Rod, Trey, sorry about that, buddy. Sorry about that one. C-Rod, Tracy, Singletary, likely. Between all that, I feel the safest with Devin Singletary. I feel the safest. I think there's a gamble between Tracy and Singletary. I like Singletary the safest play. I think likely has a chance to bust loose. I think I would go Singletary, then likely for the upside play if I feel like I'm down. But more than likely, I'm going Singletary. Singletary has busted loose on some of these matchups. Has busted loose. He's got a matchup here where he can definitely go like 10, 17, 4, 19. Cold streak, but he started getting hot right around here. Bye week. So we're getting hot right into the bye. And then we got Washington. I would go Singletary more often than not, unless I'm shooting for an upside gamble. Thank you. I'm sorry I missed that. Sorry I missed that one. There's just a lot here. Scrolling. No excuses, though. We'll keep it rolling. See where I was at. I'm looking for your gear for the last one. There we go. So right there. Sorry about that, my man. I apologize. The man is full PPR. Hendo, Hampton, Dowdle, Hubbard, Jacobs, or Wilson if Josh is out. If Josh is out, Wilson for sure. Just all the touches and opportunity. I think I would rank the thing is that matchup is a little rough. It's just he's going to get peppered with opportunity where it's super forecastable. I'd go Hampton, Hendo. Like if Jacobs is in, I think it might be a split. So Hampton, Hendo would be my main two. And then if Jacobs is out, I think I'd rather have Jacobs out in this scenario, just so I know Wilson's getting all the touches. Jacobs coming in banged up, rough matchup. They might split it. That would be my worry. Or Jacobs gets it and just runs for 3 yards per carry. That would be my worry. I think go Hampton, Hendo in this scenario. Next up, Hendo, Dowdle, Hubbard, Jacobs, or Wilson if Jacobs out. Or if So CMC is likely to play. Howard Hampton, where are these two running backs? So if Jacobs is out, Wilson will be in the mix there with Hampton. I think go Hampton, Hendo, Worthy. Hampton, Hendo, Worthy. Here's another one. Harvey or Olave. I'd roll Olave. I think that matchup has a chance to go off. Waller or Strange. Here's the thing. I think Strange is more the safer play. I think Waller has more upside to him. So I'd probably rock. I think in a lot of cases I'd be rocking Waller unless I feel like I'm gonna be easily ahead or I'm projected to win. I'd go Strange. I think Waller's got more upside with that matchup against Steelers. I think I'd go Stroud. I think go Stroud over Knicks because of that defense is a little softer. I think there's a chance that we push it a little bit more in the game script. Both of them are big time gambles. Both of them getting decent volume. I think I'd chase Isaiah Likely against the Bengals defense. They're giving up so much to tight ends. They're both big time gambles with the upside. Juwan Johnson's cooled off though with Shuck. I think I'd go Likely because I think they might pound out them tight ends. It's a great decision to have because odds are in your favor. You got two top quarterbacks. I think if you're looking to see which one scores like number one quarterback overall, I think you're looking at having to make that gamble, I think it's too much of a headache. I think you're good with either one. I'm leaning May's matchup a little bit more. I like them both so much. I go Woody Marks over Genty. Woody Marks over Genty. What's up, buddy? Half PPR, need 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, and a defense. Kyron, Marks, Hendy, Myers. I go Kyron Marks. By default, I'd go Brian. Okay, I go. Well, you'll probably want to go one Jaguar there. Safest player is Myers. And then I'd go Slayton for the upside if that game script breaks. Broncos versus Packers. Bears versus Browns. Both of them, I think they're probably about same risk wise. I'd probably lean. I'd go against Shedeur. I'd go Bears on the defense. Yeah, Judy versus Slayton would be it. It's whether or not Judy can bring in that deep ball. I just don't see him getting peppered that much. He could. You know what? I think Judy's a little safer. I think I'm going to reverse that. I think Judy's a little bit safer than Slayton. I think Slayton's got more upside, but Slayton's a huge gamble. I think Judy's a little bit safer, so I'm cool with that, but it's kind of a risk. I think ultimately, talent-wise, it's Myers and Brian Thomas Jr. It's hard to do 2 Jaguars against the Jets. With the volume may not be there. I think Myers is the safer play between the two. So fundamentally, that's cool. I think Judy's safer than Slayton. Slayton's more upside gamble. I think you're cool with what you got there. Bijan, which running back? Gainwell, Rico. I'd go Neal. Jefferson Waddle. Okay, and wide receivers, Jefferson Waddle. I'd rank them Jefferson, Waddle, then Metcalf, and I would take all 3 of those wide receivers over the other running backs. That's how I would do that. I would take all 3 of those wide receivers over the running backs, and Neal would be my running back. Broncos defense versus Packers, or Bears defense versus Browns. It's hard to trust the Bears. I don't trust the Bears. I think the Packers have a chance to move the football and make this a good scrap. I think you may want to shoot for upside here and shoot on Shedeur having a rough game. Like, he's still a rookie. I think the upside is there in this matchup for him to push the game script. You also got to think of it this way, too. The Browns special teams is rough. Like, it's rough. Like, their special teams is bad. You go look at that 49ers game. That could put them in bad predicaments. The offensive line of the Browns is rough. They suck at wide receiver. Where Packers, they got a nice little package of wide receivers. Both teams are good at tight end. They're both deep at tight end, even though we're injured at both of them. I think Shedeur, the offensive line, I like Shedeur, but also that offensive line with that, the special teams, all that. I think I'd lean on that Browns game. Getting nasty. Hey, thank you guys for the questions. Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys a lot. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. I'll try to make sure to go live much more. And then on top of that, videos come out nonstop. I'll definitely be here next year for after the season. I think I'd go Debo. I think I'd go Debo for the upside, especially if he's healthy. If he's not healthy, he's questionable coming in, but I think he's going to be fine. Then I'd go Watson, but I'd go Debo there. I think I'd rank them Ferg, Kincaid, Theo. They're all great matchups. They're all 3 tight ends I like this week. I like Ferg the most, though. I wish you luck. You know what? It's great that you put your work in, went off your conviction, and made your decision. That's the thing about that. I commend people who do that because at the end of the day, football is going to football. Football is going to football, and what's going to happen is going to happen. So we know it's a game of probabilities on the field. We can narrow it down this much. And after that, football's going to football. So the fact that you made that gamble this part of the season, this week does have weird vibes because you look at the game. I mean, the way I can tell when a week's going to be weird is, first off, you do not have many games here. You got one over 50, and that's Bengals Ravens. And then you also got the Cowboys game that's over 50, and you got the Rams one that's over 50, and you got a 48.5 over under. We don't have that many fire game scripts. We got this Browns Bears game with weird weather. This Cardinals game could be weird. And then another game, like we have different quarterbacks in, like Raiders, we got Jets, we got Colts. Those are going to be weird game scripts. You got this game here, this Giants Commanders game. It could go either way. It could be very slow and ugly and low scoring, or it could break wide open with both these teams. This Packers Broncos game could be a slugfest. Phillip Rivers, I like that as a 4:30 game. I like the Rams-Lions game, but you look at those defenses, like dancing partners, they're either going to be high-scoring games. That could start off kind of slow. That could be a weird one. I think this Saints-Panthers game is one to pay attention to. It's got a 40 over-under. I could definitely see this one breaking either way, like very high-scoring or very low-scoring and ugly. It's because of the quarterbacks. This one does have weird vibes on it. Neal over Jacobs. I would wait for the morning, and I would wait for the reports. Process is Jacobs over Neal every other week, except for when we don't know his health. If we read the reports, it feels like he's banged up, that he's splitting workload in this rough matchup. Neal over Jacobs. Right now, I think we're lacking information, and we need to watch those reports. If it looks like we get a Jay Glazer tweet out and Jacobs is banged up, and with this rough matchup, it looks like he's sharing workload and everything, yeah, Neal over Jacobs in that context. Good luck, buddy. Good luck. Good luck, man. Good luck. Broncos or Bears defense? Broncos versus Packers, Bears. I've had that question a few times here recently. I'd go Bears, and the context would be due to the special teams of the Browns, the offensive line of the Browns, the lack of depth at wide receiver of the Browns. Like, they have like UDFA talent, wide receiver 3, 4 on that team. With that, that's what I do. I think the Packers got more depth where they can sneak something across, and there's more upside with that gamble. I like Shedeur a lot, but on top of that, that team's not built good. That's another reason why they probably need to build with the draft and not trade up for a quarterback. Caleb, I'm so far behind. I don't get it. Joe Burrow, Jackson Dart. I think Joe Burrow's your bet. He's safer. He's got upside. He's ranked in the top 5. I'm pretty high on him. I'm high on the matchup. I'm high on Jackson Dart. You're great at quarterback. There's a realm possibility Jackson Dart outscores Joe Burrow. There's also a realm possibility that because Jackson Dart has the lower floor, I think Joe Burrow's got a nice matchup. I think you just roll with that. Pickett will push it downfield. Pickett will push it. He will be aggressive. That's the thing. Pickett will be aggressive. That could be good. We got to hope for that, too, for some of the players in that match. Yeah, that's good. It's just a case study, isn't it? Like that Rivers matchup. That's going to be so interesting because it could happen. It could happen. Yeah, I imagine he's laughing at Rivers. Rivers is a dead. It might be. I'd go Jettas in that matchup. I'd go Jettas. I'd go Christian Watson over Romo Dunze. I'd do that. It's hard to pass on the Browns. They're a run funnel team. You got 30 over under. It's going to be cold. Cold really doesn't matter that much, but I'd go Watson. It's rough with those two anyways. I'm down bad at RB2. Should I play Bam Knight, Brian Robinson, and hope the Niners go up big? When I'm thinking about Bam Knight, you need him to. How down big are you trying to go? Like, if I'm going 20 plus, like, I need to go 20 plus. I'm probably going to have to take the bigger gamble. He's never hit 20 plus, and that's against Houston. That's against Houston. I'd probably hope. Like, if I need to go 20 plus, I'm going Brian Robinson. Like, that's against Houston on the road. They're probably going to be behind. He struggles to run for more than 3 yards per carry in a lot of these games. He's getting not enough touches. He's got to score 2 touchdowns. He's getting work in the passing game. It's fine. If I just need 10, 11, 12, Bam Knight. If I'm shooting for 20 plus, I'm going Brian Robinson. It's just a rough matchup here. You're not getting enough work to really get you over the hump for that gamble for 20 plus. And if you need that, that's what I do. JMO or Olave? I'd go JMO. I think it's tight between the two, but I like the matchup. You got a huge over-under. I think it's going to be a high-scoring game. Start Neal or Justin Neal, Justin Jefferson, Fannin, or Jalen Warren. I'd rank them Justin Jefferson. Justin Jefferson would be my main one. It's pretty tight after that. But Neal with the running back touches, Fannin, Warren, and it's tight between the three. If I want to have like a safer ranking, Jefferson, Neal, Warren, Fannin, due to the running back touches. I think Warren and Neal's more of a coin flip. Woody Marks got a good matchup. He's got a good matchup. More process says Jacobs over Neal. If we come in tomorrow morning and Jacobs is playing, but he's banged up, and it sounds like they're going to share the workload, they're monitoring touches, and we're getting that in the news, then it's Neal all day. Process, Jacobs is the better player. Jacobs is the vet. Jacobs gets the touches. Rough matchup, injury. If that injury looks like it's leaking in, it's Neal over Jacobs. But until we get more Neals, more news, we got to keep that up in the air. Good luck, buddy. I feel like I've had that same run of questions again. Like, did it just loop? Pick 2. I'm going to check down here for super chats. All right, I'm going to answer this, and I got 2 super chats down there. So, QJ at Kansas City, Buffalo, Steve-O versus Buffalo, Hubbard versus Saints. Okay, pick 2. I'm going to go Addison and QJ. I think QJ showed up big against Chiefs last time. He's got the Q, but I think that's where I'd roll. He's got upside in that matchup. I'm leery about the 2 running backs. I'm leery about Addison, but I feel like this is a matchup for them to exploit. I think if JJ McCarthy gets right, it's going to be a game like this. And if not, this is going to let you know for next year not to look at JJ McCarthy ever again. I'm going Addison and QJ, especially when I'm looking at sheer upside. I'm going with those 2 players. Going down to the super chats, I am lost, though. I got to see where I'm at before I do that. All right. Okay, I think I know where I'm at. I got 2 super chats down there. I got to get to. There's the sticker. There should be another. There, Woody Marks. I think I answered this one prior. I'm going to get back to it. I can't remember if I answered it before. Terry McLaurin, Woody, Breece Hall. I would do Woody over Breece. Woody for the safer play. Terry McLaurin more for the upside. I can't remember if I answered this one, but I want to make sure I answer the super chats as first priority. Woody would be more of my safer play. So if I feel good about my matchup, if it's heads up, even Steven, lineup versus lineup, I'm feeling solid. I'm going Woody. If I'm down from Thursday, if I'm hurting and I need more upside, then I'd go Terry McLaurin. Going down to the next one, but I feel like I answered that one before. DK Metcalf versus Wilson. I did answer this one. I went with Wilson. And thank you for the super chat. Wilson, because I like the volume. I feel like he's a little bit safer for this matchup. Here's the one I need to get to. Here's the new one. Hendo, Steve-O. I would do Hendo over Steve-O. Aaron Jones, Hunt, money guy. We're very ambiguous at running back. Aaron Jones has the matchup, but Dallas has been a little bit tighter on running backs as of late. Kenneth Walker's one of those running backs that miss, but you know he's going to fire eventually. You got money guy there who's nasty. I think I go Hendo. I look at this two ways. If I want to straight up gamble, my safest bet would be Hendo Jones for fairway. Hendo Jones. If I need to shoot for more, 20 plus, shoot for more upside, I think I'm going Hendo money guy. Like if I just need to make sure I hit the fairway, make sure I'm safe, Hendo Jones, fairway 10, 11, 12, PPR fantasy scoring points threshold. But if I need to have a shot in there for 20 plus, Hendo's a good shot for that. And then I'll go money guy. Kenneth Walker's next in line. I think I go money guy and Hendo. You run on the Browns. They're a run funnel team. That's what I go. Thank you for the super chat, Tyler. Thank you so much. Here's our next one here. Slayton, Reed, Butte, Burden, Yoshi, DK. So we're going deep. So thinking about this, I got to go to the matchups. The better matchups, Butte, Yoshi, DK, Sneaky. And I believe we're shooting for upside. It's against the Niners. Niners give up to the slot. I'd go DK. It's tight. It's tight. I'd go DK. Niners in the slot. I'd go DK for me personally. Super tight. Thank you so much for the super chat, guys. We got another one down here. Bench one, please. Mark, Shuck, Olave, Chase Brown. So super flex. If I'm going pure upside and more upside gamble, I'd bench Marks. I think most cases I'm benching Olave because Marks is safer. Chase Brown safer. Shuck quarterback points safer in super flex. More often not to go Marks, Shuck, Chase Brown. That would be my strategy going into that. That would be my safe play. If I just need to shoot and gamble a little bit more, it'd be Olave over Marks, but more often than not, 80 out of 100 times, Mark, Shuck, Chase Brown. If I'm down big from Pitts, it'd be Olave over Marks. I'd be looking at that with that lineup strategy. But that's what I'd look at. That's what I'd be doing. Thank you so much for the super chat, guys. Thank you guys so much. We got another one down here. Let's get to that one. Hopefully I'm not too far behind on those. 120, it's 122. Warner likely also can pick up Juwan Johnson or Andrews. All right. Between Andrews and likely, it's a coin flip. I do not know which one will get it. Both of them are getting good volume in this offense, but both of them got the smash matchup. I would not be surprised both of them hit the fairway. I think Warren's your safest bet of the three to get to like 10-ish points. If I need to shoot for upside, I think it's likely or Andrews due to that Bengals matchup. One of those tight ends are going to hit. That's the thing about this. One of those tight ends are going to hit. I think I'd roll likely and take that gamble. That's what I'd do. I'd take that gamble because, like, if I start likely and he gets 7 fantasy points and the best case scenario for Warren right now with Phillip Rivers and that Phillip Rivers gamble is that Rivers targets him so much because he's targeted the tight end like a decade ago so heavy that he reverts back to that. He gets so much work. We volume into good production, but it's so risky where like if likely bust, he ain't going to be too far down from that. And you got a lot of upside with this matchup, but that upside's either going to go likely or Andrews. And that's per play, per series, per matchup, per play call, and it could go either way. I think I'd roll likely and just go for the upside. That's what I would do for my lineup strategy for my lineups. If you're down Pitts, if that's hold up, that's somebody else. If you're down Pitts, where's your other? If you're down Pitts, you were down Pitts. I'd shoot for that upside. I'd shoot for that upside for sure. Go down for more super chats. All right, going to work my way back down. I was up there. Thank you guys so much. Make sure you hit that subscribe button, guys. Helps out. Plus, you won't miss anything from next year. Next year, when we're firing up videos left and right, you won't miss anything. I'm starting the middle support on this one. I'm trying to figure out where I'm at. Woody or Genty. All right, I answered these. If I miss you, just call it out or re-question. If it's a super chat and I missed you, I think I got that one, so I'm going to work down from that one. Broncos defense. So I'm looking through a little box, and it shows me 3 at a time. That's just what it has on the app. Start Neal Jacobs, Broncos Bears. There's the Rivers going to die. Jet is tearing, getting closer. I'm down bad. RB2. Should I play Bam Knight? JMO question. We're getting there. Woody Marks. McLaurin. Hampton. Wilson. I think I got that one. All right, where are we? All right, we are. Hold up. Hold up. I think I'm here. Watson or Wandell? I think Wandell's safer. Watson has a little bit more upside due to the deep ball effect, but I think Wandell's going to get volume in this matchup. I think he's a little safer. I think most of the time, I think I'm going to roll Wandell actually in this one. Juwan Henry Waller. I think I had this one before. Henry's the safer play. Waller's the upside play. I'd be looking at those two. I think more than likely I'm rolling Henry. Dart or Lamar. I'm going Lamar. Judkins, Michael Wilson. Judkins safer. He's going to be getting the touches. I think Michael Wilson's also a safe play. I like them both this week. I just know Judkins is at least going to get me to the fairway. I feel safe for that. Devin Singletary. Need 2. Okay. No Luther Burden. B-Rob for sure. I feel like I answered this one before. B-Rob for sure. No Vele. So B-Rob, it'd be if CMC's out, it'd definitely B-Rob. It would be Singletary. I answered this before. Singletary. Okay. CMC in, I'd go Singletary, Money Guy, Kenneth Walker. If I have to go B-Rob, I'd take out Kenneth Walker. So I might have did this next one. Marks or T-back at flex, maybe match. Okay, I didn't. Maybe that was just a new one. No Tracy. It'd be between T-Mac and Marks. Marks is the safer play. T-Mac, the upside play. Those would be the two I'd look at. More often than not, I'd go Marks over T-Mac. I'd go Todd Gurley. Todd Gurley's a legend, guys. Todd Gurley's a legend. I remember watching him at Georgia, being excited. I'd run home just make sure to watch those Georgia games. The ACL went out. I was legend. Zay Flowers over Christian Watson. Like the matchup better. I like the opportunity better for that one. All right, so here we go. This one's got a lot to it. Opponent has Hurts. Should I march out Brown, AJ Brown, and Devontae? I have Rico as I honestly think the Eagles wide receivers are the better play. I think I'd just do the better play. I would rather do the Eagles wide receivers. I think the odds that both of them hit big time are reduced, but I think that's actually the better play. Olave, Rico, Watson, Judkins at flex. I'd rank them Judkins, Olave, toss up between Rico and Watson. I think running back touches Rico just for the security, but honestly, Watson for the upside. But I'd definitely go Judkins and Olave. Just in case I didn't answer the super chat before, I think I did. Played Pitts, start C-Rod or Slayton. Slayton for the upside play. C-Rod, you got to watch the medical reports. I answered this one prior, but I just want to cover myself just in case I didn't. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you guys for watching. I see there's 72 of you guys on there. If you guys can hit that subscribe button and like button so you don't miss out any of this content coming out after the games, waiver wire on Sunday. Also, Sunday, we're definitely going to be making fun of the Browns. Also, on Monday, we're going to be making fun of the fantasy football sites and what they got on the waiver wire. And then we're going to help you set your lineups again at the end of next week. Full PPR. Rice, Wilson. Also, we'll be here next year. Rice. I'm starting to burn out. But I'm going to keep it going. Who's Rice? Rice. Rashi Rice for sure. Rashi Rice over Michael Wilson. Dart or Purdy. So Dart's more your upside play with Purdy. Purdy's your safer play. If you're trying to score gangbusters, 30-plus points, if you're not and the floor doesn't matter to you, Dart. If you need to be able to hit 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 points, it's Purdy. Like, if you need a higher floor, it's Purdy. Purdy's got decent upside. Purdy's the safer play. Dart's fine if you're trying to hit 30, 40 plus. Dart's got more upside to him. They're both great plays. That's the thing about that. They're both great plays. You can start either one of them. Purdy's a little safer. Dart's got more upside. Rice for sure over Wilson. I do like Wilson this week. I think I'd go Monty over Vital. I like his matchup. I think you got more into that matchup. It could be more back and forth. I would go Seattle. I'd definitely go Seattle versus Rivers. I'd smash that. I would look at that strat. I don't think that's a bad idea, especially if Christian McCaffrey's back bangs up more than you have him down the stretch. Only way Charbonnet becomes more is if Kenneth Walker gets banged up. So you're really playing the who gets banged up game. And right now you got a running back that's already banged up. So that's kind of fine. So I'd definitely be doing that. That's fine. I think that's a fine one to do. With the TJ Watch long Pitt or New England for week 17. Which defense between Pittsburgh and New England week 17? Let's pull up. I go New England. Hold on. Like, I just look at that. Like, right now, I'd forecast New England with the quarterback scenario. Flacco scored well. I'd go New England. I'd go New England. I'd go New England. I actually think Shedeur will do well against Steelers. I'd go New England there. Is that Romeo Dubs? Brian Thomas Jr. and Christian Watson would be the two I'd roll with in that matchup. Money guy, huge. Like, he's scary this week in this rough matchup still. Like, that's how good he is. Wilson. I'd rock Wilson over DK. I think he's a little safer. I think DK's got some upside to him. I like them both kind of this week. Hey, thank you guys. Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys so much. Make sure you be hitting that like and subscribe because I'll be here next year as well. I'm actually here every day in the off season. I'm here every day in the off season. I cover high school football recruiting. I'll probably be covering this Browns mess. I'll cover NFL draft. I'll do mock drafts. Just check in with me throughout the time. Oh man, I'd go Jetta and Hampton. I'd go Jetta and Hampton. Jetta for sure is in there. Full PPR flex. Do I start Jefferson, Terry, Wandell? I'd go Jefferson. I'd rank him how you got him. Jefferson, Terry, then Wandell. I think Wandell's a sneaky play, but I'd start Jefferson. I'd roll Devonta Smith. I'd roll Devonta Smith. Yeah, we're rocking night shift. We're almost to 2 in the morning, guys. Neal or Dowdle? Neal or Dowdle? I think I'd go Neal. I think Neal's a little bit more projectable. I think it's tight. I think it's tight. For flex full PPR, do I start Wandell, Jefferson, or Terry? Must win. Jefferson. I'd start Jefferson. That'd be who I'd roll with. Thoughts on Brian Thomas Jr. this Sunday? I think we're starting to heat up a little bit. I think this Jets game could, I think that matchup overall is a little bit scary, not because they could lock it down, but the quarterback play on the other side could nuke the game script. I'm worried about that. Myers is the safer option. So with Brian Thomas Jr., he's got upside galore. I would roll with your gut on that. So if you're feeling Brian Thomas Jr., between him, Washington, Tim Patrick, like he's got a little bit more gusto to his game. So if your gut's feeling that from what I'm reading here, then you roll with your gut because once you're in game, because Brian Thomas Jr. flashed a little bit last week. He flashed a little bit. He had 80 some yards, started to get some targets. So it's tight enough with them where you can roll with your gut. So there we got to here. Thank you for the sticker, Michael. Again, I'm gonna roll down here and look for super chats. Like I can only see like 3 at a time. So coming down to a place where I can remember to come back to makes it easier for me. Warner likely. Okay, I got a new one right down here. Thank you, buddy. Thank you. Big money league, 7K 2 league winner. PPR, Brissett or Tua. I would go Brissett. I would go Brissett. I feel a little bit safer with Brissett over Tua. I think the volume's going to be there in the passing game. Genty, Dowdle, Hunt. Need 2. Genty over Dowdle. Genty. Hall over Genty. So Hall. But Puka for sure. Puka for sure. Then toss up with Olave, Metcalf. Olave. I want to see what they got Olave, Metcalf because I'm kind of like on the fence. I'm kind of on the fence. Olave, Metcalf. I'm very on the fence. Olave, I'm high on Olave. Metcalf is down there a bit with Miami. Olave, Carolina. I'm cool with Puka, Olave. Let's go to flex. I want to see where they. I feel like it's Olave, Puka. I think you go Olave, Puka, Hall, Metcalf as the rankings. Brissett over there, and then Puka, Olave, Hall, Metcalf would be my rankings. And then after that, it's up in the air with Dowdle and Watson due to the upside plays. So Brissett's who I would like. I think both of them are in game scripts where it could blow up. But Brissett's safe for me, 30, 40, 50 passing attempts. There's no way that team's ever going to lean on the run. So that's what I'm going to roll with. And then Puka, Olave, Hall, then Metcalf up in the air with the other ones. Genty over Watson, I guess. But I forgot that name. But Dowdle and Watson are up in the air. Thank you so much for the super chat. Hope it works out. Good luck this week. Going down here. All right. Looks like someone had a fan in question. You guys are helping out. Thank you guys. Try to help each other out too. because I got to roll back up here. I'm about an hour behind. It's 1:37. I'm going to move through these a little bit faster. DK, Michael Wilson. Michael Wilson. I've been rolling Michael Wilson with that scenario. Jaden Higgins or Money Guy. Feel a little safer. I'm scared to go against Money Guy. I think I'd go Money Guy unless I'm trying to. Yeah, I'm going Money Guy. This guy doesn't. I know everything, buddy. Terry McLaurin or Woody Marks. I feel a little safer with Woody Marks. Terry McLaurin's more of my upside play. I think uh if I'm behind, like if I'm down 50 or like that one guy, or if I'm down because of Pitts, I'm going Terry McLaurin. Outside of that, even Steven matchups, I'm going Woody Marks. Aaron Jones or Genty. I like Aaron Jones' matchup a little bit better. I think I like that. Ladd or Wilson. I'm going Michael Wilson. I'm going Michael Wilson. Should I start DK or Jefferson? I'd roll Jefferson. I like that Cowboys matchup. Mahomes or Stafford this week? That's a good. I have not had a Stafford question. 2, Mahomes. I had the game script here. Like what I really like about this game right here, revenge game, 54.5 over under. I'm chasing that. Like I'm starting everybody in this game. Games like this where you got a 54.5 over under, high projected point totals. I'm just using that to split close decisions. Stafford's ranked 2 with them. I think that's fine. I think that's a fair ranking. I would chase that as well. Ferg Daddy or Gasecki? I feel a little safer with Ferg Daddy. I'd roll with Fergie Ferg. Flex full PPR. Michael Wilson, Kincaid, Rico Chuba. Pick one. I'm going Michael Wilson. I think he's going to get peppered with targets. I think his upside's a little bit reduced, but I think the volume's going to be there. Start 3. Jettas for Sir, Rashi Rice, Jack Smith, and Jigba. Your first 3 is what I'm rolling with. That's what I'd roll. PPR flex, Neal or Money Guy. Need fairway. Neal would be your fairway play. He'd be just your safe fairway play. I think Money Guy's got a lot of upside. I like Money Guy. I'm scared of Money Guy. If I'm shooting more for upside, then I'm going Money Guy. I think Neal's your fairway play. Judkins or Marks. I think I'm going Judkins over Marks. This is one of the few times with a lot of these scenarios that are 50-50. I'm going Judkins over Marks. That went over Marks. With a weak RB room, Hendo, Steve-O, Walker, Jones, Hunt, start 2. I am going Hendo and Jones because of the matchup for Jones, and Hendo's got the upside. Any of these wide receivers over Scary Terry at flex? Any of these running backs over Scary Terry at flex? Nah, I'd roll with Scary Terry. I'd roll with him. Pick 2. Hubbard, Singletary, Neal, Waller, Blakely, Strange, Gesicki. I'd like to say I want to roll with the running back. I think if I pick a running back, it's Singletary, and then we got Singletary, Neal. Those are your safe plays if you want to play it safe. If you want to gamble a little bit, you got some tight ends to gamble with, son. So, I mean, for real. Like, how do you got so many tight ends? One, you're looking at waiver wire 2 because you got Waller likely, straight up upside plays. Gesicki's an upside play. I think Neal's solid for 10, 11, 12. 10, 11, 12, 13 range, 15 on the high end. I think Singletary's around 50. Singletary's got the bust factor in there with him working with Tracy. That's definitely in there. But probably around 10, 11, 12 with good volume. They're both safe. I think if you need to shoot for 20 plus, likely for the gamble, Waller with the gamble, I'd probably just mix slightly with either Singletary or Neal. That's how I do it. Probably Singletary likely for upside. If I want to do that, those 2 running backs, though, for the safe play. Start 3. Tet, Waddle, ETN. Reason why not Kyron? Sharing the workload. The other 3 are in nice game scripts. It's very safe to project. Thank you, guys. Hit that like button, please. Also, if you hit that subscribe button, all the waiver wire content, all the live streams, the must start videos, the ranking videos, the videos we do over the summer, Like, you just check in over the summer. Like, I do videos over training camp, mini camp, rookie camp, covering the clips of the rookies, what they're doing on the field, what I'm reading from the beat writers. Those are very important when it comes to your late round picks or just know more about your team in general. There's a lot of value here. Thank you guys so much. So here's an old super chat that we covered earlier. Let's go down and see if there's other super chats down there. Big Money League was the last one. Looks like we're clean. So let's move back up. We're starting to move a little faster. I may have to run out and put the heat up a little bit. There we go. No, where are we at here? There we go. I like Goddard better than Strange. I think they're both touchdown gambles. Like, you're just hoping to get the touchdown. I like Goddard a little bit better than Strange. I think Wilson's your safest play. Next would be Tet. Next would be Diggs and Neal. I would go Wilson, but you're very good at wide receiver. I think you got a lot of good selections there. Yeah, great question. I do like that. I do like that. That was a hard one. Jordan Addison, Jaden Higgins, Darius Slayton. Addison. I'd roll Addison. I just like that Cowboys matchup. I did this one prior. I went with Wilson. Do I start Michael Wilson or Jacoby Myers? I'd go with Michael Wilson. Marks, Wandell, Brian Thomas Jr. Marks would be your safe play. Wandell Robinson would be your backup against the wall gamble for the upside. I think more often than not, I just go Marks. Diggs or Tet. I'd chase that Patriots matchup and go Diggs. I'd go Wilson. Watson, Gainwell, Butte, Montgomery. I think it's between Montgomery and Gainwell. I think I'd go Montgomery and chase that matchup. It'd be a gamble. If you do not, they're all gambles. Yeah, if I'm going to gamble, it's going to be on Montgomery in that matchup. 54.5 over under. That's what I would do. Woody, Hendy, Harvey. I'd go Woody and Hendy. Woody and Hendy. Those would be two I'd roll with. I had this one earlier. It broke my brain. It's very tight for the two. Process wise, 90% of the time I'm going Kyren Williams. Marks has the better matchup. Would not be surprised if Marks, technically they both have good matchups. Marks has the softer matchup per defense versus his team. Kyren Williams has the matchup where the game script's going to bust loose. Marks could outscore him. I think process wise, you go Kyren Williams. I think it's very tight between the two. Very tight. You could go either way. Next up, Trevion, Judkins, Javonte. I'd go Judkins. Judkins, Javonte, Trevion's how I'd rank them. That's how I'd rank them. Hey, thank you guys so much. Thank you guys so much. Make sure you hit that subscribe button, guys. I'd go Waddle. Answer this one before. Reed, Butte, Burden, Yoshi, DK. I thought they were all gambles. I think DK was probably the best gamble. What about Judy versus Jaden Higgins? I think Judy might be a little safer than Higgins. I think Higgins has a little bit more upside and gusto. I think Judy's got a matchup here where Shedeur can throw it deep on the Bears. I think we got some opportunity there. I think Judy's a little safer. I think they're both big time gambles though. Dowdle, Neal. Got this one a lot. I think Dowdle's a gamble sharing the workload. I think Neal's a little bit safer. Dowdle's more upside. So if it's a 50-50 matchup, I'd go Neal. If I'm down from behind, I'd probably shoot for the upside with Dowdle. I'd go Lamar over Dart. I like that matchup better. Mahomes or Purdy? If I'm going super conservative and I just want to hit the fairway because I feel good, Mahomes. I think a lot of these matchups in the playoffs, Purdy, I think I got a little bit more upside with that Titans matchup, but they're both very good this week. I like them both. I'm confused. It looks like it's a while back. I think I got you answered. Thank you so much. My head is wondering because if he's 100% good to go, it would be a push between him and Terry McLaurin. Terry McLaurin would have more upside. I think if he's healthy and I feel like he's getting touches, then I'd go Rodriguez as a safer bet. Terry McLaurin's more upside that it breaks open. If he's hurting, Terry McLaurin's probably a golden start. Honestly, they may lean more on the pass. That's how I'd look at that. That's how I strategize it. Wandell Rodriguez. Right now, Wandell, unless we hear good news about Chris Rodriguez, it has to be pristine news because they could split up the touches. Right now, it's Wandell. I'd go Jefferson. It is tough. That's a good mess to have. My goodness, that's a rough one. My goodness, that's a rough one. I like McBride and McLaurin. I like them both. That's a tough one. I think McBride's definitely in the mix. He's the top pass catcher for his team. Woody's safe. I'm fine with that. Singletary, Charb, Corum. I'd rank him how you got him. Actually, I'd go Singletary, Corum, Charb, but it's kind of like a coin flip between Corum and Charb. I like Warren this week. I forget which question we're going with, but I like Warren this week. I think there's potential upside. I think he's like not a guaranteed start, but like a start where you kind of nervously put in there with some upside. I think he could smash for. I've had this question a few times. Tyler Warren's more like your safer play. I think Likely's got a lot of upside here. I think I'd go Likely. Like, I just want to chase that upside. If you want to play safer than Tyler Warren, but I think I'd smash it with Likely and shoot for that upside. So here's a super chat I answered a bit ago. I'm gonna move down, check the super chats. That'll be my stopping point just in case. It'll be with Tyler here. Going down here. Looks like we haven't had any. Okay. Kicker questions, huh? All right. So we answered that. Olave. So moving on down, I need a flex. T-Mac, Harold Fannin, Kenneth Gainwell. T-Mac. T-Mac for me. That's who I'd roll. He went with Fannin. Fannon's fine. I think he's got a good matchup. I think the targets and air yards, I like T-Mac a little bit better. He does. That's true. Fannon's a good play. I like T-Mac a little bit better, but if you want to roll that, cool. Did you say you start Neal over Jacobs, Wilson, Comer for so kind of sorta not really. I think if we go into Sunday morning and we catch news that Josh Jacobs is playing through the injury and that there's a split, then yes. If we catch news like that last time where he's sick and had an injury and it's like, oh, he's good to go, he's good to roll, and you're not catching any extra news with that, then I'm going Jacobs. That's what I would do. If Jacobs goes down, I'm going Wilson for sure over Neal. But if I'm catching, we're starting Jacobs, but this, and I'm going Neal. If we're catching Jacobs, he's starting, we're not getting any other information with that, I'm going Jacobs. So it's not like a guarantee. It's more likely I'm going Jacobs over Neal or Wilson over Neal because more often than not, they're not giving you that news. So more yes and no. Lamar Jackson versus Burrow. I like them both. They're both like in the top 5. You're great. You're good. They're both top 5. I think for them, they're in the top 5. There's Jackson, there's Burrow, 3 and 5. If you're seeing who scores the most here, I think Jackson's got the better matchup. I think Burrow has been a little safer right now. You're good. You're very good. I think Jackson's fine. Double TEs, cool. Please help Dowdle, Wilson, Neal for flex. I'd go Wilson. I'd go Watson. He went Sutton. Deep ball dandies, deep ball gambles. So either or, it kind of a coin flip. Wan'Dale Robinson, DeAndre Swift, or Jacoby Myers. I would look at this as DeAndre Swift as your safe play for fairway 10, 11, 12 range. I think Wan'Dale Robinson is in a smash matchup here that could flip for you pretty good. So I would look at Wan'Dale for upside, DeAndre Swift for Burrow. May I'd go May. I'd go May. It's a lovely match. You're blessed at quarterback, buddy. You're blessed at quarterback. And then Lamar Jackson, Burrow, you're also blessed at quarterback. Lamar, but it's so tight. So I got a super chat. It looks like it's coming in. I'm going to rest this super chat here and go on down. I think I already answered that one, which I did. So coming down here, it's fine. I think it's this one. I'm going to check all the way here. All right. Should I drop Tracy for another DST or Mitchell? I have Bijan and Travis. Mitchell. Is that Keaton Mitchell? Or Adonai Mitchell? 80 Mitchell. If it's 80 Mitchell, I'd drop 80 Mitchell. I would, yeah, if it's 80 Mitchell, I would drop 80 Mitchell. He's probably down here talking. Wide receiver. 80 Mitchell, the wide receiver. So I'd drop Mitchell for another DS. And I think that's fine, especially if you're trying to strategize for the future weeks. Like, I think that's a fine thing to play. Definitely. Bijan and Travis are running back. McBride and Kincaid, but we are Wilson Franklin. But wide receivers are Wilson Franklin, Higgins. So a rough route wide receiver. You may want to play matchups there or see what you got there. But if you need another DST, like if there's an advantageous one, that could be a money ball play for you. That could be a strategy to do. Also, Mitchell would probably be the play that I'm more likely to let go of because, like, say if Singletary goes down, Tracy's the hot commodity. Where like if Mechie goes down, you're like, oh, the Jets quarterback still. So Mitchell would be the piece I'd be more likely to move in this scenario. I don't know the DST. If I'm good at DST, I don't need to roster 2 or 3 of them. So if I'm good and I got a solid DST, unless I'm trying to block somebody I'm playing against that's streaming, being strategic and my lineup's good. I think overall I want to make sure my bench is solid. So I don't think you have to do that. I don't think you have to. If there's other wide receivers there, you may want to pivot Mitchell. Mitchell would be my pivot piece. So I'd be looking at wide receivers, the next man up at wide receiver. But it's fine to do that for DST if you wanted to. It's fine, but I just wouldn't advocate it. Like I wouldn't go over the moon for it. But I think Mitchell would be my pivot piece from there. Thank you so much for the super chat. We are going back to where we were at. See where I'm at here. I was here, Big Money League. Can't remember Corm or Judkins. Nobody is answering. I don't know where I'm at. I'm down pitch, yeah. Okay. I'm lost in the chats. I am lost in Judkins easy, Quorum, Judkins. Like I feel like I'm ahead of that. I stopped at a super chat. Lamar Jackson or Burrow. It looks like this is where I stopped at. Warner likely. Here says nobody is in. Jawan. I'm down pitch. Yeah, we answered that one. Flex Wandell. Wandell Robinson, DeAndre Swift, or Jacoby Myers. Okay, DeAndre Swift was the safe play. Wandell was the upside play. Looks like you got an answer there. I like Wandell for the upside. I think Swift is safer for 10, 11, 12-ish range. Wandell more for the upside play. Stranger likely. I like likely. I like likely. Strange is a little safer, I guess, but I'd rather just shoot for the upside. And if I miss, I miss. So if you don't like that strategy, then you'd go Strange, but I want to shoot for the upside. I'm going Jefferson over Wilson. I'll go Kelsey over Waller. I'm cool with Jefferson. I'm cool with Kelsey. Cool with that. Wilson on the cards. Pam. Yeah. Yeah, I believe so. Also, Burrow or T-Law? Burrow. I'm going Burrow. Brees Hall, Slayton, Singletary this week. I'm going Brees Hall. Wilson gets Stingley. Dallas D sucks. Mm-hmm. Okay, we got Burrow. I want to Burrow a few of these. Yep. Nobody else. Haha. Thanks, Pam. Moving on down. Waller, Gesicki. Gesicki's safer bet. Waller's a lot more upside. I think I'm going to go Waller. I think they're both gambles, but I'm going Waller for the upside. I think I'm going Corum. I think Singletary's a little bit safer. I think Corum's got more upside. I think actually Singletary for fairway. I think Corum more for upside. Lamar Jackson or Burrow. You're blessed at quarterback. I go Lamar Jackson, but they're both in the top 5 for me. Moving on down. Okay, I've done fantasy forever. I like them both. I like both the quarterbacks. I think it's a blessing to have the two. Chuba, Corum, Hunt, RB2. Chuba, Corum, Hunt. I think you're looking at gamble, running backs, and timeshares, gambling. I think I take Corum in that matchup. Brees. I'd go Brees here. I do not know why that's there. That's tough. I'd say Hunt for TD upside. Puppies crying. Corum, Judkins. Kobe Myers or Pittman. Jacoby Myers. Judkins. They're rolling with Judkins. How would Kenny Pickett derail the game? So go. So it's a lower probability. So it would be like Spencer Rattler. Now I'm not a comparison, but it's also like Spencer Rattler versus Tampa Bay a while back. So the bad quarterback play, you're looking at like a 10 to 15% shot, maybe ish, where you get so bad quarterback play that you do not get movement on your offensive side. And then your dancing partner, the other team, they don't really have to do much to win. So they don't have to push it through the air. The rushing, like it's spread around a little bit. You might get a touchdown, but not a lot of rushing yards, and you're not getting much pushback. Typically, when the quarterback breaks, at least there's garbage time. But sometimes in those scenarios, like it just breaks it. There's a risk with that. Neal or Kyron? I feel a little safer with Kyron. Purdy and Kyron. Like Pat's safer. They're both good quarterback plays. Pat's a little safer. I look at him more if I'm going the conservative route because you're at least going to get high end QB2 numbers out of him. Watson, Boutte, Gainwell, Monty. Watson. Monty would be my number one. Gainwell my number two. Actually, going backwards on that list. I like Goddard over Strange this week. DeAndre Swift safer for me over Kenneth Gainwell. DeAndre Swift safer for me. I think Stranger is a little safer. I like Likely more for the upside, and if I whiff on Likely, I feel like I'm not going to be too far off of Strange. I think there's also more competition opened up here with the Jaguars, especially Washington back. You got Tim Patrick. You got Brian Thomas Jr. I think Strange has to score. You're looking at touchdown gamble. You got the Bengals defense, who's the only team who's gave over 1,000 yards to tight ends. I think I'd rather just shoot for the upside for Likely. If you're needing safety, Strange is the safer bet. It's just if I whiff on Likely, I don't think I'm going to be too far off from Strange. Yeah, it makes sense. Neal's got the better matchup. Harvey's the better player overall. Let's see where they're at. I think like Neal's not guaranteed either. Like Neal's fine, he's projectable. I think Harvey. I think I'd go Harvey. I think he's a little. I think I'd go Harvey. Yeah, Pat's safe. It's just those two quarterbacks are getting asked a lot. Harvey, Purdy played 10. Tennessee is good allowing fantasy points to quarterbacks. I don't know what Shunter is. I'm going Neal, but only have Singletary, another flex. Corum, Singletary, Brees, or DK. Brees is your safest option. DK is probably your random upside swing if your back's against the wall. I think it's Brees between Brees, Corum, and Singletary. Brees is your safest option of them. Harvey or Dowdle? Harvey. Hampton. Brees. Harvey, easy. Thumbs up. Harvey. Thank you guys for helping each other out. Yeah, he needs to cross the goal line. He needs to cross the goal line. We need the game script to blow up too. Yeah, I think his volume's projectable and he's explosive. He's also good downfield in the passing game. Yeah. Kenneth Walker or Swift? I feel a little safer with Swift. Goff or Herbert? That's a good one. Goff. I like the matchup better for Goff. I had to think about that one. I like the matchup better for Goff. Gesicki. I like Gesicki a lot. I don't like that Browns game. Okay, moving on down. It's a gamble one. I think Walker's got more upside to pop the big one, especially if they get up with Rivers. But I feel a little safer with Swift. Yeah, Goff. It is a tough one. That's a good question. Gesicki. Yes. Thank you guys. Well, also Walker's more upside. So if you're looking safety, security, more like 10, 11, 12, I'd go Swift. If I need to hit that home run, Walker. Like, I don't think you're going to hit a home run against the Browns. I think Walker's got more upside to hit the home run. I think Walker, with how they split the workload, more likely to really bust on this team. But again, if you need to get 20 plus, then Walker's your guy. He's due. Yeah, he's also due. You guys are right. I think I rolled it, Devin Neal, in that scenario. You guys are doing good. Yeah, I just chase touches. I'd go Judkins, Woody, Brees, then mix up. But I'd go Judkins first, Woody next. Brees Brees is probably safer. Yep. Hampton, Devin, Neal, or Tracy. Hampton, that's how I'd rank him. It's that Hampton, Devin, Neal, or Tracy. That's how I'd rank him. It's scary, but I think you got the upside there with the athleticism and the touch load. Appreciate you guys. Thank you guys so much. Kyron Neal. I think it's tight. It's a coin flip, but I think I'd roll Kyron. I think he's just the better player. I think Neal's fine for like the 15, 20, 25 range. I think the risk is Chuck sucking and Chuck taking goal line carries. I think there's also a risk that this game script sucks in general. If the game script flies off the hammer, Neal, snap count for Hampton's interesting too. I think snap count's going to be similar to better than last week, though. Fannin or Parkinson? Fannin for me. I like Fannin. Jennings, Wilson, Watson, D. Smith, flex. I'd go Wilson and Smith. I'd go Bowers. Fannin, yep, Fannin. Yeah, I like Fannin. Jennings, Smith for me. Burrow or Hurts. Oh, that was an answer to somebody. Burrow or Hurts. Burrow for me, it'd feel a little safer. Bowers. I like Bowers on that one. Burrow for me. Dowdle or Chuba. I think that's a coin flip. I think Dowdle's more likely to score the touchdown. Chuba get the passing work, and that's going to be very game script dependent. Like if Shucks sucks, it's Dowdle. If Shucks can push it, it could be Chuba. All right, goat. LOL. It's scary this week. It's a must. Oh yeah, this is a rough one. Fannin. 2 points PPR, return yards, pick 2, Hendo, Hall, Hampton. DK. Pick 2, Hendo, Hall, Hampton. I'm going Hendo, Hall. Hendo, Hall would be my 2. That's what I'd roll. Me as well. Hendo, Hall, Rico, Wilson, Neal. Wilson, then Neal, then Rico is what I'd rank them. Dak or May? May, but you're blessed. So if you want to go the other way, cool. You're blessed at quarterback. But May would be my pick. He went with May, Goddard, Andrews, Dwan. Goddard for the safer touchdown gamble. Andrews for the upside. I think I'd be chasing upside. That's just me. But if you feel a little safer because you got the likely scenario in there with Isaiah Likely, then Goddard. I think personally I'd chase for the upside. Henderson, Myers. I can't tell if we're answers or questions now, but I'd go Henderson over Myers. Juwan for me. Bruce, Shedeur, the Sander. I'd go Brock Purdy. I think Purdy's a little safer, buddy. I like Sanders this week as a Moneyball player. I think Brock Purdy's safer. Brock, because he Purdy. Yeah, he's just safer. Strange could be good. He gets a lot of targets. He gets a good route participation rate. I think he's safe. He needs to score the touchdown. Agreed. I'm playing Warren with Rivers. I think that could be an interesting stack. Like, you never know with that. I think Rivers is going to be aggressive. I have T-Mac, Rashi Rice, Wandale Robinson, Brian Thomas Jr. Which two should I start? T-Mac and Rashi Rice would be the 2 I'd start. That's to be the safest play. Playing Warren 2. Hey, I'm grateful for all you guys. Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys for the questions. Moving down here. Diggs, Harvey, Hampton at flex. I would rank him how you got him. I'd go Diggs. I love that matchup. He might throw a few piss missiles in this matchup. Like, I think he's going to go. I think he's just going to sling it. He might throw some picks. He might sling it. James Cook, I like James Cook's matchup. I think Ric Flair loves James Cook. I think Woody Marks, great matchup. I like both their matchups this week. I actually like both of them. I think that I mean he's safe. Diggs. I like Diggs. Allowing fantasy points to tight ends. I would think it would be more of a. I think your gamble for Warren would be more of Rivers hyper targeting him and not caring because he's just going to chuck it. And the tight end position, something historically he's done. And usually when some quarterbacks in new systems or different teams, it's not a new system to him, will go to that. I'd go Tet. I'd go Tet. Yeah, I don't know. I think you just want to know how I felt. I don't think they're benching Cook. I think we're getting to the point where the lineups are. Oh, is it? Oh, I'd go Cook. Yeah. Yeah, I'd go Cook. I thought I didn't even take it as that. I thought you asked whether or not I liked them. I like them both. I like Cook. Pickens or Judy? Pickens. Pickens big time. I like Pickens this week. All right, something died. All right, looks like I'm all right. Burrow or Dart? Burrow safer, still has upside. Yeah, stick with what got you there. Stick with your studs. Don't overthink it. It'll help you guys out. I would look at this for Cook. James Cook. Like, he's going to have a few downers. It's just part of volatility. You got the 10 plus or more is really fairway for me against Cincy. I think I'm fine with it. You're blessed. I'd go Drake May, but it doesn't really like you're so good at quarterback that you're all right. Dave Montgomery. I'd roll Dave Montgomery and shoot for that upside in that matchup. Dallas, Panthers, Miami. Rough one. I think I'd go Panthers and hope Chuck sucks. I think you got the upside with that. I think the Minnesota Vikings has got too much going on. Looks like we got a super chat coming in down here. Last one was from Alina. So coming down here. Already did that one. This one's coming in down here. Might have a few in. I got a few super chats down here. So we'll catch that up. I wanted to pick up Mitchell or a Dart stash. My DST are 49ers and the Saints at DST. My wide receivers are dog shit. And Micah Wilson's playing. Jackson Dart stash. My DST are 49ers and Saints at DST. Okay. Okay. I think you're good. I think if that's off of the previous question. All right. Let me try and figure this out. So I wanted to pick up Mitchell or a Dart stash. And to add up to that. So Mitchell's been getting good targets downfield. He's been getting good volume. So if that's what I don't know what else you got there at wide receiver there to pick up. I think like when you're looking at him, you're getting 6, 7, 12, 6 targets. You also got the Saints matchup in week 16. Like he's a good gamble to throw in there. I would rock maybe one defense and just stream going forward unless there's a good matchup that you don't want nobody to have. That being said, like I would load up on that. be what I do. Like, I would probably get another dart stash along with Mitchell if I could drop one. Like, I'd probably stick with the Niners D and see what's up with that, and probably just load up more at wide receiver and take more shots at the Pignata. That's what I would do strategy. I don't feel like I'd probably need a backup defense at this point and just keep streaming it out unless we get to the point where we're looking at a defense where I don't want nobody else to have them. Thank you for the super chat. I would go Brees Hall and Genty. Those would be the two. Thank you for the super chat, man. Thank you so much. It's the same one. Yeah, I would go Brees Hall and Genty. Thank you so much, buddy. Thank you so much. There's another one down here. Goff, Law, or Mariota. I would go Goff. 2 wide receivers, 1 running back, and a flex. 2 wide receivers. Hendo, Hampton, Judkins, Gainwell, Monagai. So I'd go Jefferson and Tet. 1 running back, Judkins. I'd go Judkins as my, and then flex would be Hendo. That's how I would do that. Thank you for the super chat. So Goff, the running backs I like is Judkins, the 2 wide receivers, Jefferson and Tet, and my flex would be Hendo. Thank you so much, though, for the super chat. Thank you. So we're down here. Ric Flair's watching, guys. I see that one. Let's see if we can get back up to where we were at. We were moving pretty good. It was with Alina. I knew it. She was the last one. It was that one. So we answered that one. I went Panthers shooting for the upside against Chuck. Burrow or Dart? Burrow for me. I think I would do May for both. Kicker, McPherson. I'd go McPherson. Play James Cook, bro. Yeah, I'd go James. I would play him. I wouldn't pick 2. Marks, Devonta Smith and Pickens is what I'd go for the upside play. If I had to play it, say Pickens and Marks, I'd the upside Pickens and Smith. Floor play Marks and Pickens. I like Dallas D. It was a tough one. That's a tough one. Like, it's if JJ McCarthy sucks, and yeah, they also got like Addison, Hawk, and all that. McBride or over Fannin though. Trey McBride, it's tight, but yeah, I'd go McBride over Fannin. It's tight. I'd do that. No, it's not dumb. It's not. A lot of people are very high on Hurts. Hurts is high. I'd go Hurts. I don't think it's dumb. If your gut's calling it, Trevor Lawrence has been safe. He's been safe. He's not far off on the rankings either. So you're not dumb if you want to play your gut. Like, everybody's going to go Hurts over Lawrence, but if your gut's calling that, go for it. Yeah. Like, if your gut's calling for it, go for it. I think it's fine. I think Brissett's going to get a lot of volume, but Lawrence has been safe. He's been safe week in and week out. Like, if you're looking for that safe, he's safe. He's been safe. Yeah. Waller, Gesicki, Juwan, pick one. Gesicki. That's who I'd go. All right. Going to, should I drop Tracy? We answered that one. We're moving right along here. Jacobs and Neal are both questionable for tomorrow. Complicates things. It does. It does. I think Neal's going to be fine. Let's see here. Neal set to lead backfield. Not question. Neal's not as Jacobs is. You got to watch the news on him. Hurts is playing back up. So that could make the game script a little iffy. I think Hurts is fine. I think play can get volatile. Manny, yeah. I would watch the news reports on them. Like, we don't have enough really right now to make a huge call on that. I think We're pretty much just guessing. Jacobs will probably play. I just hope they don't limit his touches. Flex one. Money guy. I'd go money guy. Jude. Oh, man. You almost tricking Pickens. I'd go Pickens. Yeah. I'll go back to that. Yeah, anything could happen. Like, that's a matchup where the Bears could get exploited. It's just odds-wise, it's Pickens. That would I change this? QB, Josh Allen. That's good. CMC, Rico, Nico, Wando, Higgins, Neal, bench, Drake May. Wow, you're solid at Robinson. Not really, unless I wanted to go money guy with Rico. I think I'm cool with it being the same. Like I think it's solid. Like, I think you just got backup running back sharing roles with Gambles. So I think Rico's more likely to get the touchdown in that scenario. I think money guy's got a lot of upside. So you got a coin flip with that, but eventually you're just going to have to pick your poison with the backup running back and roll with it. Let's see here with the Rico Chuba Neal at flex. Rico Chuba Neal. I think Neal's the safer play than it's Rico. PPR, Judy or Quorum or Mason. Ooh, Quorum. Troll. Neal and Rico are close. They're close. Neal's a little bit more projectable with the touches, but Rico could splash with that score. Oh, yeah, it would be. He's getting touches. He's getting a fair amount, but you wish you just had that starter role. Like, you just wish you had one running back with the Rams. Stranger Kincaid. I like Kincaid's matchup. I like his matchup. I think Stranger could hit, but I like Kincaid. Sam Darnold or Hurts. I'm rolling Hurts. I think you got a little bit more upside. Darnold's safe. Is like the safest quarterback in the league, but I'd rather try and chase that upside. Yeah, I like Kincaid's matchup. Like, nothing gets strange. Kincaid or Fannin? Someone please help me. He said Fannin. I paused. I like Fannin a lot. I like Kincaid's matchup a lot. I'm kind of wishy-washy. I like them both. Fannin's cool. Brees and Genty for me. Thanks. What's Genty's value in a little safer, like likely more for Dynasty? Oh, Genty. Let's look at here. His value's still high. Like, I don't like, I bet you it did decrease a little bit. But this site's called Keep Trade Cut. It's not perfect, but it gets the job done. If you look at more macro sense, it's still up there. RB5 ish, RB3 prior. It's dipped a shade. It's still expensive. He's a young running back, first round draft capital. It's going to be expensive unless like he tears off both his legs. Neal's safer. Corn's more upside. Yeah, you can project out the touches. That's what I would look at. Rivers against that D wouldn't expect much. I would look at it more as a money ball play. Money ball play if I have to. Outside of that, I wouldn't start him over any studs. Wilson or Watson? Wide receiver. I go Wilson. Draft pick wise, let's see here. Draft picks, adjacent value. You're looking lined up with American Trevion Henderson. You're looking 2+ easy. 2+. Here's recent trades. 2 firsts plus these are mixed in. Boom, boom. So you're probably looking 2 to 3. 2 minimum firsts, probably 3-ish, plus getting creative with it with the players. You're looking at that. Like, see on database is this with Ashton Genty, George Pickens straight up, Christian McCaffrey, RJ Harvey, James Cook straight up. Here's one. 2 firsts. 2 first minimum. 2 first minimum. Probably right. That's probably around the sweet spot, but you might have to get creative with other assets. Looking at that. I gotta go to the next question. Walker, Wilson, Fannin, Gesicki, Theo. Fannin. I go Fannin. May or McCarthy. May. I'd go Drake May. I think it's going to get good volume this week. I think it's going to go back and forth. It's a gamble. Like, I wouldn't bet with him against the top quarterbacks. Middle of the road quarterbacks, I'd go McCarthy over them. Here we go. I just had that. Harvey, Javonte Williams, Kyron. Javonte, Kyron, then Harvey. This is how I'd rank him for this week. Javonte Williams. I go Myers. Myers for sure. Did I just miss a question? No. Myers because full PPR. Fannin, Myers, Neal, Chuba. Starting Fannin, Myers. Thanks. I go Fannin, Myers. No, wait. Fannin, Neal, or Fannin, Myers? I think Neal's a little bit safer than Myers. It could be Myers, Neal. That'd probably be upside with some safety. I think you got a good mix of upside and safety with Fannin, Myers. I think that's fine. I think that's good. Yeah, if you need swings, that's it. That's what I mean. Upside, that's what I was thinking. Upside, I like Fannin Myers for upside. If you're talking safety net, then maybe Neal's got to be in there. But that I like that. That's what I was thinking when I was reading that. Kyron Williams or Woody Marks at flex. Kyron, more than likely. That's more than likely what I roll with Kyron. Neal or Singletary or Ladd. Ladd, Neal, and Singletary is what I'd roll with. Diggs, Harvey, Hampton. At flex. I'd go Diggs. I'd have him ranked how you got him. I'd go Diggs. I'd go Purdy. He's a little safer. I think they could. I think you can get some good volume in the back end of that matchup. There's risk and there's a gamble to it. I go money guy. I go money guy on that gamble. Yeah, I think I might lean Diggs because of the matchup, revenge game, and all that. Denver, Chicago. Chicago. It's a rough one though. Coin flip. Tet, Judkins, and Woody. He's sick, so he's probably good to go. He's probably going to be all right. More often than not, probably about 90% of the time, if you got an illness, you're good to go. Kyron Williams or Woody Marks? I go Kyron Williams. I think you got a good flow in that game. I think a good upside. Love can struggle, yeah. Woody's got a good matchup. Tet and Judkins. Hendo. I like those three. I like Woody. I like Tet. I like those three. Good call, Chance. Ric Flair's what? He's right there, guys. Ric Flair's watching. Make sure you hit that subscribe button, guys. Burrow or May? May. May, but it's tight. I don't know if I answered this before. Neal, Lad. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. I went Lad, Neal, Monty, then Singletary. May or Dart. I'd go Drake May. I'd go Drake May. Debo. I mean, it is a good matchup this week. Debo's in a good matchup. Yeah, I like May. Thoughts on starting one of Hendo and Hampton or Terry? One of Hendo, Hampton, and Terry. I think Terry's got the pure upside. Like Terry could blow up. I think Hendo's the safer one if he could be safe. Like I think he's going to get volume in the passing game. I like Hendo this week. Michael Wilson for me. I think he's a little safer. Yeah, I think Hendo's a little safe. Jettas, Jones money. I go Jettas. Yeah, I go Jettas. I'd go Jettas. Justin Jefferson. Dart. I think I'd go Dart over Purdy for upside. Purdy's the safe play. If you just need to hit it to the fairway, I'd go Purdy. But if you're shooting for upside, I'd go Dart. Michael Wilson for me. Wilson or Debo. Wilson for me. T-Mac, Woody, or Tracy. It would be between T-Mac and Woody. I think T-Mac's got more upside and Woody's safer. I think T-Mac, like if I need a better chance of 20 plus, T-Mac, if I need to easily hit the fairway, less likely the bus is Woody. I don't know what Derry is, but I think it's Drake. They're both good plays. Wilson gonna have a spy on him the entire game since I mean, why not the other games though with that? I think I would still do Wilson over Jones just to do the volume. There should be good volume. Like they can't run the ball. Like Arizona can't go out there and run the ball because they don't have a run game to do that with. That's what they've been doing. They have not thrown it less than 30 times with Brissett. They're rarely under 40 times, and they only got 2 pass catchers. Where we at here? But the May double to McBride because he's a freak. They could. They could. They will let McBride catch anything. McBride's solid this week. Law or Knicks? I'd go Law. I go Law. You fight the law wins. Pierce for Purdy or Hurts? Purdy or Hurts? I'd go Hurts. I think Purdy's safe, but I think Hurts got more upside. Man, Shakira at Boise State made a nice catch like years ago. I think I even have that on my channel. 2 running backs. Harvey, Hendy, Genty, Judkins. Judkins for sure. Judkins, Hendy, Genty at flex. That's what I do. I mean, yeah. Law, Knicks. I go Law. I go Law. Good running backs. For me, Genty, Judge, both getting touches. Michael Wilson against Texans defense. I go Michael Wilson. I think he's just going to get more volume. T-Law or Darnold? I think I go T-Law. I think I go T-Law this week. I think he got more volume. He's pretty safe. Harvey, Wilson. Did I answer this one? Thanks. Good luck all, especially Phil. Yep. Good luck, guys. Thank you so much for the super chat, buddy. Hope you get some sleep. It's 2:30 in the morning. Thank you guys so much. PPR 3. Wide receivers. 1 flex. Okay. Jefferson, Waddle for sure. Scary. Those 3. That's the 3 I would work. 1 flex. Fannin, Higgins, Watson, Sutton. So you got upside gambles. Your safest play might be Fannin. So you might want to rock Fannin and flex. Have Fannin at T, pick up and flex him over any of the wide. But then you got Sutton, Watson. It's a toss-up between Sutton and Watson in that matchup. It's really who brings in the deep ball, honestly, between that for the flex. But if you're looking at likely, he's got probably just as much upside. So I don't know who you drop for him. Like if I don't want to drop anybody, I flip a coin between Sutton and Watson. I'd probably lean Watson. But It's just who brings in the deep ball, who gets the score. It could be Sutton, it could be Watson. Higgins kind of similar, but the targets are more concentrated to Watson or Sutton. But if you got someone to drop and you want to play with Likely, he's got a good matchup. That's the way to do it. I'd pick Watson, but you can go the other way if you want. Burrow, Jack Smith and Digba, Rice, Jennings, Rambit Harvey, Flex, Jettas, bench, Aaron Jones, money guy. I think you're good. I think you're solid. You got a 5. Waddle or Olave? Waddle for sure. I got a super chat down here somewhere, I believe. Right here. Thank you so much for the super chat. Non-PPR, I have CD, so Dak or Purdy. Need White. I like Dak. You have CD Lamb. I like Dak for the stack. I think that's solid. I think both of them are good this week. I like the volume. I like the over-under for that matchup. Need one wide receiver. Olave. I'd go Waddle. Also need defense. Cowboys, Saints, Dolphins, Panthers, Steelers. So Dolphins versus Steelers, Cowboys versus Panthers game, Saints matchup. I think we go Panthers or Cowboys and hope that either Shuck sucks or McCarthy sucks. That's what I would do. So thinking about that in that spectrum, I'd probably go Panthers and risk it on that on Shuck. I think I'd rather risk Shuck sucking than McCarthy, considering he's got Jefferson, Addison, and all that. I think I'd go Panthers. So recapping, I'd go Dak over Purdy and stack it with CD. And I like Dak. I think I like both quarterbacks. So if you wake up and you don't agree with it, then that's cool. I like both of them this week. I just prefer the stack. And I do like Dak, and I do like the matchup a lot. I like Waddle out of the 3. I think I'd rank him Waddle to Olave, but I like all 3, but Waddle would be my preference. And then I'd go Panthers, and it'd be mixed between Panthers or Cowboys, but I'm going Panthers, but just in case Shuck sucks really bad this week. Thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you so much. So we're at around 2:30. So I'm trying to figure out where I was at. So I might. Did I do this one already? Waddle, scary. I think I already did that one. T-Law, Waddle. Here we go. You like Chiefs DS week 16? Maybe. Let's go Mahomes and look. Yeah, I like it. I like it for week 16. I think that'd be a solid get. I gotta choose 3. Genty, Hendy, Harvey, Rico, Tet. Tet and JMO, Hendy. That's the 3 I would go. I got Watson, Sutton, or Jefferson. I have to start 2. Jefferson, it's really a coin flip between the other 2 wide receivers. I've been leaning Watson a little bit. It's really a coin flip. They're just deep ball dandies. They get the deep ball. You got to score on that. I think I'd lean more Watson. Purdy versus Tennessee over May or Hurts. Is that getting too cute? I would lean May. May would be my top get. Most time I would go Hurts over Purdy. I think Purdy is a little safer than Hurts, but I think Hurts is semi-safe, pretty safe with good upside. I would lean May as the main guy. That's what I would definitely do. Yeah, I like Chiefs D. Yeah. Matt, I like the RBs. Catch the ball, Genty, Hendy, Tet. Okay, so that's answer. Michael Wilson against the Texans defense or Christian Watson? Michael Wilson. Jefferson, Watson. Harvey. Just Harvey's the better player. I like Neal versus some of the lesser running backs in the rankings. due to the volume, but I'm not like over the moon. All right, where are we at here? Woo! Ric Flair's right there watching, guys. Brissett or Dart? I think I'd go Dart. I think both of them are solid. I think I'd go Dart. Debo is currently he's sick. I think he'd probably about 89% chance he plays. That's a good one between Genty and Hendo. Judkins for sure. So I'd probably say Genty might be the safer one between Hendo, but Hendo's got more upside. So if I need to shoot for 20 plus, I'd go Hendo. But if I want to play it safe, make sure I hit the fairway, I go Genty. Probably more like Judkins, Genty. Sutton, JJ, Dart, Brissett plays Houston, Spencer, Eagles, major letdown this year. Purdy or Mahomes? Mahomes is the safer play if you want to be ultra conservative just to make sure you hit the fairway. Mahomes is always going to be good. I think Purdy has a better chance of scoring in the top 5, but I think I'd probably just rock Mahomes to be safe. But if I need to shoot for that upside, I'd go Purdy. Yeah. Yeah, I really can't go too deep on Arizona. Wilson, McBride, I can't use the running backs unless I really got a money ball it for the touches. Brissett, maybe. Hurts or May? I'd go May. I'd go Drake May. I'd say a lot of times when people call stuff, it's correct in the chat. Like my chat gets lucky in some of these videos. All good. Yep. Reset volume, but yeah. Yeah, I think Brissett can money ball to the fairway. They're all good. I think I go Judkins, Genty. They're all good this week. I would probably lean Alec Pierce as the stash. Gadsden, it really depends on what you're at tight end. If you're stacked at tight end, sure. But also, he's probably going to catch some volume here and there down the road. Yeah, I wish Corum would just get the job. Just get the starting role. Gadsden or Kincaid? Kincaid's matchup all the way. Hey, thank you guys. Thank you for the comments and questions. Thank you for the super chat too. You are. Thank you. Pierce should have been stashed. Yeah, he's a big stash. Saints or 49ers DST? 49ers. 49ers for me. Yes, hit that like button, guys. Thank you guys so much. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. I'm here every day, and I'll be here next year, year after. I'm never going to leave. I'll be here to help you guys out. Lamar or Burrow? I went with Lamar, but if you got those two, you're so blessed at quarterback, you're good with either. That's the thing about this. You're so blessed. I have Pickens and Debo. I have Henry, Cook, Williams, Flex. My running back's likely. I have Pickens. And I have Henry, Cook, Jay Williams, Flex. My running back's like defense. Okay. I have Pickens, Debo. I have Henry, Cook. Well, sounds like good. Sounds like you're good to go. My TE Eagle. Sounds like good to go. I also have Lamar. Lamar solid. You're good. Yeah. He's a deep threat. They get a court if Rivers just slings deep balls, and he just slings it to Pierce and throws him 2 to 3 deep balls a game. That volatile upside is a nice stash. And if it doesn't, I mean, stash plays, you just drop them and get the next guy. Mechie, I'd set Mechie. Rivers starting. Rivers is starting. 240. I have Mahomes too. He's killing it. Right. I zoned out. Don't sit Rome. Yeah, he's got that rough matchup. Like that you don't throw on the Browns. You just can't throw on them. Like that's the thing. You can run on them. You can't throw on them. I mean, you can throw on them, but good luck. Like you're looking at this. This is what they're allowing. Like look at the red here. Like they'll allow you to get to the fairway, but they're not going to allow all your wide receivers to do that either. Like look at that. That Amon-Ra is the only wide receiver that blew up against them. I'd go Drake May. Drake May over Hurts for me. Stafford for me. I'd chase that matchup all day long. I had Evans as a gamble start. Like you put in, I never had him as like a sit or like a super start. I had him as a gamble start due to the upside of the deep targets. I'm looking at this. Yeah, McLaurin, then Adun. That's how it would rank them. Yeah, it like when a guy comes back from injury, it's kind of like up in the air type deal. Like there's no real fault on that. Like really process wise, I just have those plays that like gamble starts, especially studs. Like usually if it's a stud like that, like I won't straight up say like there's also malpractice with your words. Like if I say he's a straight up start and he only plays a few snaps, then I'm also like kind of lying because I don't know that. But if I say, hey, it's a gamble, like there's downside to this, but also like there's a lot of upside as well, then it's really you got to play your gut with that. And that's kind of like the best way to play it. May or Lamar? I'd go May. I'd go Drake May. Like you're blessed quarterback, but I'd go Drake May. Yeah, May for you as well. Warren or Neal? I think Neal's a little safer. I think Warren's got more upside. Sutton or Pollard or Michael Wilson? Michael Wilson. Likely's got more upside. Tyler Warren's might be a shade safer. I think it just chased Likely in that Bengals matchup. Yeah, I think Warren might be a little safer. Also, Rivers is there, so you don't know how that looks. Rivers could over target him. No, I think I'd stick with May. I'd go McBride. I go Judkins. It's more like you're either gambling with the Baltimore tight ends against that smash matchup, or you're hoping like Warren continues to be more of that safer 5 target, 6, 7 target tight end per game type play with Rivers and Rivers hyper targets him. But there's a lot of upside with that Bengals matchup. Can't bench McBride. Warren for me. Dart is great play. I would go May to toss up. I would go May. Judkins for sure. Start Nix or McCarthy. That one's more plausible with McCarthy because Nix is in that bad matchup. So McCarthy's probably got you with more upside with that one. And I'd go Judkins. Neal or Waddle. I'd go Waddle. Waddle's just the better player. Mahomes playing the Texans D. What do you think? What were we talking about last week? Oh, wait, Pam? What? I'm very confused. Maybe you're talking about the Chargers. I think Mahomes is going to be good for the fairway. I think he's going to at least be safe-ish. Nix and Judkins. Waddle. Does Taylor's value go up or down with Rivers? I think it becomes more of a gamble. I think its value, like for setting lineups, I think it might reduce a little bit, but it's more of a gamble, but the upside's still there. Fairborn. Marks or Judkins for me. I'd go Judkins over Marks. I think both have good matchups. Hey, thank you so much. Thank you guys for watching and for the questions. I'd go Debo. I'd go Debo. I know he's sick, but I think he's going to be out there. I think he's a safer option. I think Taylor is probably roughly around the same. I think he might even get more touches and opportunity. Yeah, I could definitely see Rivers over targeting Warren. I could definitely see Rivers being a nightmare as well. But I also see Rivers just being so aggressive, maybe some picks in there, but just pushing it all over. You can probably start doing that. I'd be very strategic with that. Like Wilson, Josh Jacobs is banged up, so if it gets worse, you're gonna want that. Devin Chen's kind of fine, so you're cool with that. I would be very strategic. I would just make sure, like my studs are cuffed. Really though, like I don't want to. Like you never know if Chen gets banged up against the Steelers, and you're gonna want right. Stranger T. Hawkinson's for me. No, yeah, Hawkinson. For Dallas. I think Dallas is on his matchup proof. It's pretty much how the game flows, pretty much. I wouldn't be worried about Pickens. I wouldn't be worried about Pickens too much. Ferguson. I go Fergie. He's safer. Line up in my grandma league. Stanford, May. 3 wide receivers. Lamb, Rice, JMO, Jettas. JMO, Jettas, Rice. Wait, Lamb. Whoa, Lamb, Rice, Jettas. QB May. You're blessed. You can go either one though. You're very, very good. 2 running backs, HM for sure, and Judkins. Tight end Kittle. I think you're solid. You're good. Tracy Singleton, Lad, Gainwell, Flex. I'd go Lad. Yeah, I think there's going to be good volume in that game. Tet Swifts. Tet. Tracy. I don't know how you feel as well. Cody Ferguson isn't on the injury. I have Brown, Hendy, Neal, Marks. Wilson, Jennings, Watson equals give me 2 RB, 2 wide receiver. Give me 2 running backs. Give me 2 running backs. Chase Brown for sure. I go Brown, Marks, 2 wide receivers, Wilson for sure, and Wilson and JJ. Panthers or Rams defense. I'm going Rams. Oh, the matchup for this week, you might go Panthers. I think other matchups Rams. Ferguson, Jawan Jennings. I'll go Ferguson. He's banged up, but I think it's going to be fine. Yeah, I'd be very strategic. Rico, Neal, Wilson. Neal. Panthers D, Ferguson. Y'all do know? Yeah, he's right here. If I can get it. Keep thinking Tony Ferguson, the fighter. I'm tired. Still looking good for Sunday. He's been on and off of it for a lot. Probably got a tight calf. Rico or Devin Neal? I think Rico's got more upside. Devin Neal's more projectable for the touches. Devin Neal's safer. Rico, I more likely Devin Neal, but if you want to shoot for 20 plus points, Rico's probably your better bet. Brown, Hindi, Wilson, Jennings. Chase Brown, Hindi, I go Chase Brown, Hindi. I have him rank how you got it. Zay Jones. Zay Flowers. Zay Flowers. What was I saying? I'm tired. May. I'd go May. I'd go May for sure. Ferg or Britton. I'd go Ferg. Favorite handcuffs right now? All of them behind stud running backs because it's all accountable to the injury. So if I got a stud, like my favorites, technically Corum, technically Tyler Algier, those are the top two. Technically Brian Robinson Jr., just all of them behind the stud running backs that are very forecast. Manny Wilson's a good one because we know if Josh Jacobs goes down, he's getting all the workload. I forget what question that one was for. A lot of May questions. Corum for handcuffs. Yeah, he's almost a 1B back now, though. 2 out of 3, Jamison Williams, Harvey, Hampton. JMO for upside, and then I'd roll Harvey. Where's Pam at? Because they're so... I felt like I rolled through a lot of questions. Let me see if I find it. Brown, Henny, Wilson. I might have answered that one, so I might have been ahead. I forget what I did. Brown, Henny, Wilson. I ranked them. That's Wilson, the wide receiver. So I might change where I had. Chase Brown, Wilson, Hendy, Jennings. You got... All right, you got a super chat down here. Standard scoring, Jacoby Myers or Darren Waller. I would roll Jacoby Myers, buddy. Thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you so much. Michael Wilson, Tet. I'm going to go backwards here. Michael Wilson or Tet? I'm going Tet. Backwards might not work because I got you guys answering each other. But I don't know where I'm at, but I'm not far off. I did answered that one, I believe. Set my lineup. I answered that one. I'm about done with the Panthers D. Y'all know Ferguson Pop. We know Lamar May. Favorite running back handcuffs. Ferg. Anyone? I think I found it. Ferguson's good. Wandell or Ladd. I'd by process, I'd go Ladd. I would not be surprised if Wandell outscored him. I think it's tighter than what it is. Ladd's got a tough matchup. Wandell's got a fire matchup. I think lineup-wise, I'd go Ladd a lot of times. Would not be surprised if Wandell outscored him. I'd probably go Ladd, JMO, and Harvey. That's off a question. Michael Wilson or Tet? Tet, then Wilson, then Jennings. Pickens and Devonta is what I'd roll. Rams D or Bears D? This week, probably Bears D. Should I drop JD and stash Pierce? Alec Pierce. Yeah, that's fine. You can make that stash. Not trusting, but I'm starting in a lot of these scenarios. Not trusting 100%. I trust him. I don't trust JJ McCarthy, but it's a smash matchup. They better hit. Dart or Herbert? Dart. Getting down to Ferguson. Singletary. I got to watch some of that. I watched some of that with you guys on here. I was answering questions though, but it was what I watched was fun. Dart's got a nice matchup. All right, guys, it's 3 in the morning. I'm gonna go get some sleep. I will be back on. I gotta shovel the driveway, so I'm gonna sleep a couple hours, and then I gotta shovel the driveway. Then I'm gonna be back on live. All right, guys. Ric Flair for life, guys. Thank you guys so much. Make sure you guys hit that subscribe button. I'll be back when I wake up after I shovel the driveway first, just in case someone wants to come in. I got 6 inches of snow. I got to make sure the heat's up too because it's supposed to get down below 0. It's at 14 right now. So have a good night, guys. Thank you guys for being here. Only been up since 8. I've been up 6. Been up since 6 or so. Quorum. I go quorum. All right, guys, I'm going to hop off. Thank you guys so much.